Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's April's birthday. And for April's birthday this morning, Oz is here.
It's
Makes sense.
Fair gift, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice, pops in today just to say hello and happy birthday. April's birthday is today. We will have a big celebration this evening. I think there will be some alcohol. I think will be some sweets involved and whatnot. Should be a very fun show. We've got a lot of things going on. I've got O.J. Simpson. I've got Harvey Weinstein. I got Willie Mcginest beating the shit out of a guy. I got Trump being recommended for charges. It is could be a wild one today. And also Jeremy from the Quartering. Apparently washing Elon Musk's balls now. I believe that's what he's doing for a living.
That's fair.
He lost his mind the other day on Twitter and on YouTube. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Rich from Review Tech who was tweeting about it, and it caught my eye, and he's like, you got to go look at the Quartering right now. Jeremy from the Quartering is losing it. And did you see the news that Elon Musk put out a poll asking about like whether or not he should still be CEO of Twitter?
No, I didn't see that.
Or if he should put someone else in charge. You know, he's been doing these polls.
Okay.
And he says, I'll abide by these polls. Whatever you say, I'll do. And the majority of people voted that he should step down as the head of Twitter and put like a CEO, like a guy in charge. And but Jeremy from the Quartering was like retweeting this poll and like, freedom of speech is at stake and we need to vote in this poll so we can defend free speech. And like, what are you, gay, bro? Honestly. And he must have realized that it was a little over the top what he was doing because overnight, Sunday night into Monday, he went on a mass like Twitter deleting spree.
Oh boy.
And he just got like, almost like you woke up from being shit-faced and you read your Twitter and you went, yeah, let's just pretend these never happened.
Okay, all right.
Which I respect in a weird way. I respect a guy who, looks at something and goes, okay, I got a little douchey.
So did he get a lot of pushback then?
I don't know I don't know if direct pushback would be the word. He just got a lot of mockery online for being a little too spurgy, a little too over the top. Because
makes sense.
Because let's put it in perspective. It's a dumb Twitter poll.
Fair.
But yeah, Elon Musk put it out there, and it's, hey, I'll abide by this if you tell me. First of all, anyone who thinks that Elon Musk is going to abide by a Twitter poll just because he said he would, I got news for you. I don't think he became the wealthiest man in the world by going, no, I'll just leave this one up to fate.
Yeah.
He
kind of made his own decisions.
Yeah, so if the poll doesn't go his way, guess what? He's doing whatever he wanted to do in the first place. But Jeremy from the Quartering was really worried about it. He made a big video, and we'll play that a little bit later today. And if you're not familiar with Jeremy from the Quartering, oh my God, can he be a lot. He's one of these guys who, like back in 2017, caught on to the anti-SJW conservative grift.
Oh boy. And
he's been kind of running that ever since. You can always tell when someone's authentic and when someone's doing the grift thing based on how often they stray from like that pack, that team. Like if you're team red or you're team right wing, you can always tell a grifter because he's got the like to the letter, to the bullet point, scripted response ready for every issue. Like Trump is always right or Elon's always right or Trump's playing 4D chess and shit like that. And he never breaks from it.
Die hard, yeah.
A guy who is authentic is a guy who every couple of weeks people are shitting on him because he broke from the pack. You're like, oh, he's catching a lot of shit. I love it when a guy who's like normally conservative or normally liberal like breaks from that one time in a high profile like stream or video or show or whatever. And then his fans will go, well, this is the end of you.
Yeah.
Nice seeing you. You're done now, dude. And it's like,
can't look outside the box.
You just sit there and you go, in 3 hours, these people are going to forget they wrote that. And sure enough, by the next week, the guy's got more subscribers than he did before. I think actually the people who do the, to the letterhead, to the keeping right there with the talking points. I think they kind of bore people and go away after a while. It is those guys who step outside the box every once in a while who get big and keep going and keep getting bigger, because secretly I think those people who yell at them and are mad at them, I think they kind of appreciate, at least I'm hearing something different every once in a while. Even if I spaz the fuck out when I hear it and I go, "You're done, you're finished, I'm never listening to you again." I bet you people and I may not
pretend like they hate it. They go,
yeah,
"Screw this guy, but I'm going to subscribe because I'm curious what he's going to say."
Right, exactly.
It's like, all right.
A hate watch and a like watch count the same. Yeah. If you like a guy and you watch him, or you hate a guy and you watch him, doesn't matter.
The average hater listens to X amount of hours more.
Exactly. That old
Howard thing.
Private Parts line. Yeah, for sure. Let's catch up with you guys, and then we have a bunch of things that we need to do for you today. Putting up a poll says, did Oz still not get a haircut? Is that why you have the hat today?
And I just didn't feel like doing my hair.
But did you get the haircut?
No.
No, okay. Just answer the people straight next time, all right? Don't bullshit them. All right, the man he had you dead to rights on the no haircut thing. Happy birthday, April, says Silage and Acreage. My firstborn child might be born today as well. Stay tuned. Oh, well, please do keep us, in the loop on that. And if it happens, please announce it on the show, even if it means abandoning your firstborn child to do it for a few minutes. I think we're worth it. Gray Idol says, Oz with new clothes, Aaron paying the big bucks. Well, yeah, and I'm wearing a fan-gifted Hulkamania shirt.
Perfect.
Which I love very much. Tim Downs says, Jeremy is cool. Look, this is not a show where everyone has to agree with the host, all right? You can like Jeremy if you want to. I'm not saying I'm not judging you a little bit, but you're allowed to have that opinion, Tim. Max Powers calling him the quarter poundering. Oh, that's a fat joke. To me, that's bullying. And you know me, I don't go for that bullying stuff. By the way, Elon lost that vote, and they said he should step down. So this morning he tweeted that all polls will now be only for the people who pay for Twitter Blue.
Good.
So he goes,
he knows what he's doing.
He goes, oh shit, that one didn't go the way I thought it would. I thought everyone would ask me to stay. And then he goes, okay, now you got to pay me to vote. I can't have just anybody voting on it. But that's like how democracy works in general. Like democracy is, we should let everybody have a voice. And then the voice is not what like the establishment people want. And they're like, all right, look, we got to limit who has a voice. This is irresponsible. Continuing on, Citizen M says, jumped on the 2017 anti-SJW bandwagon grift. So precisely like Chrissy Mayer. I know Citizen M doesn't like friend of the show, Chrissy Mayer, but I only know Chrissy as the Chrissy she is now. I don't know. I mean, are you saying like in her 20s, she was like a big time feminist? Yeah. No woman ever goes through that phase. No woman ever goes big time feminist in her 20s and then kind of, conservatives up, late, a couple of years later.
I like the video she just posted too, that Chrissy did when you guys were doing the Pulp Fiction quotes.
People have been telling me about that. I haven't seen it. Is it like on her channel?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's take a look. Chrissy Mayer. Videos. Chrissy Mayer and Steel Toe can't stop quoting Quentin Tarantino. All right, I'll check it out. You said this was pretty funny?
Yeah.
All right.
When you said I want first crack at him, I immediately thought of the scene because me and Frank just watched Pulp Fiction again. It's the scene where like the gay cop comes in and like bends over the
yeah.
like.
It's funny that Chrissy's talking to us and all she can think of is forced sodomy on a black man.
Your responses are pretty good though on this.
Oh, you're saying that I'll enjoy it because I'm very funny in it.
Yes.
What an ego fucking maniac I am. And then we have something for you today. You've already seen it, but we have something for you today as well. So
I got Christmas early.
What do you say you and I just sit here and jerk each other off for the first half hour of the show?
All right.
Sounds good to me.
Black gangbanger guy, and it's just like banging him out. And then Bruce Willis is like about to leave, and he hears him getting like ass raped, and he's like, it's like the right thing. He grabs a samurai sword from the top of the the wall, and he just fucking. It was all. That's a great scene.
It is good.
I turned on Pulp Fiction last night just before we fell asleep.
Oh wow!
It's such an easy watch. I love that.
Did you fall asleep to the ass raping scene?
No, I had to jerk off first, and then I went. Oh, look at me! I am a talented little bugger.
I was like, this is, and I said to Frank, I'm like, would you do this? Is this like a man code thing? You don't let another man just sit there and get ass raped? Yeah, I think it is. He's like, I would do that.
Yeah, I think no matter what, you have to go help a guy, unless he brought the ass raping on himself.
I feel like if you don't.
What was he wearing?
Look, you can't intervene on a revenge ass rape. But I think if it's an initiated ass rape, I think
that was a needless ass rape. Yeah, that was that's what they do in that town.
Yeah, Ving Rhames only got ass raped because he was standing there.
And I feel like if you don't help the guy getting ass raped, you're inviting it upon yourself at some point.
Also, it could have been him. They did eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That could have been Bruce Willis getting ass raped.
Right. You could have butt fucked Bruce Willis.
Yeah. So. And do you think that other guy would have saved him?
That's a good question. Yeah, I'm watching myself.
Yeah.
While not remembering doing this.
Yeah.
I'm watching myself going, oh, this is an entertaining show. This is pretty good. I always feel
you're
like
just riffing that day.
I can watch other people and I can make fun of them and it's a great time and you know, all that shit. But like, if I'm watching myself, I always feel awkward because I'm like, okay, because here's the problem I'm having with this clip specifically. I do find it entertaining.
Sure.
And I do think I've been funny thus far. I can't say that out loud. You look like a fucking lunatic. If you go, I really am enjoying myself, but I am. But, all right, well, people can check that out. I don't want to be the guy who sits here and show. I thought I could watch more of myself, and I could. I just can't watch more of myself in front of all of you because it'll just be, again, endless mockery of what a, you know, what do you call, what an egotist I am. Gray Idol says, Oz trying to grow a mullet. Don't break my heart, my achy breaky heart, Oz.
Oh.
Might as well go for it, right? Swing for the fences.
Prop me upside the jukebox.
Ooh, a Joe Diffie mullet.
Yes.
Okay. If the devil danced in empty pockets.
Of course, Diffie didn't fare too well, though.
He is dead.
Yeah, so there's that.
So you might want to, you know what? Why don't you, let's see, who lived? How about you grow whatever Porter Wagner had?
Okay.
He lived a long time. Or little Jimmy Dickens. There you go. Grow a little Jimmy Dickens haircut. Chrissy Mayer stole Christmas gifts, says John Smith. Yeah, I don't think that one's going away anytime soon. I can see why Oz wants Aaron to fire him, says Coltrane. We had a lot of fun with your text that one day where you're like, you know, if I was at another job, you'd just fire me.
Yeah.
We're like, was Oz asking me to fire him? Like, what the fuck is going on?
You're a pretty lenient boss.
Look, you had, you had a stroke a year plus ago. You've admitted that, you know, the driving in the dark thing is not the best. You've never been a particularly comfortable, icy, snowy driver. So what am I going to do? I don't even think it's being a generous or nice or lenient boss. I think it's more, I don't want this guy to fucking die on the way to my house.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go for that.
I mean, thank you for the compliment, and I do appreciate it.
Yes.
But I have to say that anyone who would say, hey, if you're thinking of taking tomorrow off because the roads are treacherous, you better go fuck yourself and you better get here. I think that guy's a dick. Well, then again, you worked for Gary. So compared
Maybe
to that.
That's just having, post-traumatic from that.
I guess compared to him, I am a good boss.
It took a lot of adjustment.
That's like being the leader of Germany after Hitler ate it in the bunker, you know?
True, you're going to have some remnants.
Yeah, you're not going to be seen as...
That's not a coattail you want to jump on.
Yeah, you're not going to be seen as quite as bad. Let's continue on here. Catch up with you guys. Mr. Unknown for Real says, I think I was high as giraffe balls when that was live. Well, it's good that people remember because...
It's pretty high.
I certainly don't. Bumbaclo says, Chrissy can hide the gifts in her... See, now, some of you are just hostile for no reason. Black Ornament says, Chrissy is just a grifter, more alt-right talk show host than comedian. Well, can't you be both? I don't understand why you can't be both. I mean, thank God, she's not Crowder, for God's sake. I hope Oz gets the compound media money. Wait a minute.
What?
There's compound media money? Oh, my God. I would like some. I would take, Gas Digital money, compound media money.
Well, once
really,
you hit those million views.
Yeah, any kind of money, I think I'm okay with. By the way, speaking of which, we are closing in on 1 million. We're getting very close.
Really?
To our Oh wait, are we? No, there's no way we're over 1 million. If I go ahead and take a little check-see at where we're at, I think you have to go to the About section. Here we go. Oh, no, I missed it. Yesterday, we crossed over 1 million views. Wow. Shit. So it's April's birthday, and we crossed over 1 million views yesterday. You know what? During the evening show, that means we would have crossed over 1 million.
All right.
During the evening show last night. Son of a cock.
When do we get the play button to hang on the wall? 100,000?
100,000 subs. So we're at 7,150 or something like that. So
yeah.
We're getting close.
Give it a year.
Yeah. I guess it only took us, 6 or 7 months to get to 1 million? It'll only take us a few more to get to 2 million, and we can celebrate that one.
Yeah.
There. Also, subscribe to the channel. Like the stream. That's great for getting the stream out there. Hit the like button if you're stopping in this morning. Make sure you hit like. Also, when it comes to the sub thing, we're kind of we don't have any more goals to make for our subscriptions because it was 7,000 by the end of the year. Then we went, well, fuck that. How about 7 million by 7,000 by Christmas? And then we hit 7,000 last week and 7,100 last week. So I think what we're going for now is between this week and next week, if we could go on a 350 sub run and get to 7,500 before New Year's, maybe it's possible. I'll tell you this, there's going to be a lot more Steel Toe popping up in people's feed these next couple weeks because we've got so many clips, so much stuff clipped out of each show that I've still got 2 from.
And then some of the other podcasts you've been going on back and forth too. Those algorithms get because they put it in their title, say we spoke to Steel Toe today.
Right. I got to get on some more shows. That's for. Did you hear that? April, was that you? Jeez, I just heard the door was being ripped off its hinges behind us here.
Great.
Oh my goodness. April, I forgot to tell everyone April's been doing steroids. And it has
her and Liver King.
Yeah. Her and Liver King are doing roids together. They're trying to beef up their mental health, I suppose. Scarface says, Steel Toe on Revenge of the Sis. I would love to, but I don't think they would ever have me on for 2 reasons. One, they're a lot bigger than we are. Well, I mean, they moved to Rumble now for one, but they're a lot bigger than we are. And also, their show, when they have guests on, is more of a politics-related guest.
Oh, no.
And I'm not really a huge, we'll talk about political stuff on the show, but I don't value my political stances as I got some shit to tell you guys.
Yeah.
Here's what you need to hear about politics. They have Alex Jones and, guys like that on their show. I don't think that we're on their radar. I like Mersh. Mersh and I get along.
Yep.
Royce is fine. Royce and I are fine, but I don't think we're really on their radar as far as being a guest goes. I'd love to. I'm realistic. The door. Oh, April says the door is just creaky. All right. Wow, that's snuck up on us. Tim. Yes, Tim, you're right.
Everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
Wally World says, Aaron, go on Quite Frankly. I don't know what Quite Frankly is. Oh, I love this. You and I can check out some new shows.
Oh.
And see if we like them or not. Quite Frankly, 96,000 subscribers.
Jeez.
How to Survive a Shark Attack 4 months ago. Hologram Republic, Polling Christmas, and Dangerous Toys. I don't know what the fuck this show is. Let's just pick a random spot in Quite Frankly. This one's from last Friday. Last Thursday.
I mean, here it is. It's just the Trump major announcement is a digital trading card. But then a couple of hours later came something else.
So Trump.
And it was a announcement of Donald Trump's Restoring Free Speech overview for 20. busy and focused. But I love the work you've been doing. You've had some great interviews. You've done a lot of good stuff.
This all seems really serious. I'm not going to shit on the guy. He probably does a good show, and like people obviously like it, and he has his fans. It just seems a little serious for me, you know? Like if I go on a show and they're like, "Well, what do you think Trump's been doing?" I'm like, probably trying to suck his own dick while he plays golf." You know, and I'm just silly about it. Be kind of dumb. Mersh had some big man boobs on Gino's show, says Bumbaclo. You know what, Bumbaclo? I'm going to tell you this. And this is the last time I'm going to tell you because I feel like I've told you too many times. You have to stop looking at other man's tits. Men's?
Good point.
Yeah. Stop looking at men's tits. It is not a good look. I've told you to stop before. I'll get private messages from Bumbaclo, and Bumbaclo will go, "Hey, man, did you see Kumia's tits on this show?" And I'll be like, you got to stop looking at their tits. "Did you see Big J. Okerson's tits on the Legion of Skanks?" And I'll be like, stop looking at their tits. And he only comments on the big ones. He never says, "Oh, so-and-so had really perky, tiny little baby nipple tits on this podcast the other day." He won't. He only goes after the big ones. He's a size queen. That Bumbaclo. You need to get Rich on again. I would love to have Rich on again. I like him. That's All Funny is an amazing. See, everybody's got podcasts for us to check out.
All right.
That we should. But the whole thing about like you should be a guest on this show. I don't want to like invite myself onto people's podcasts. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Inviting hey, can I be on your podcast?
No.
I don't know.
That ain't how you do it.
I don't think so. I don't think that's the way to do it. Lorenzo Areola. I know this guy from Who Are These Podcasts? This guy's fucking hilarious. He did. Now, why does he have a ski mask on? Is he doing the ski mask bit? So this guy, Lorenzo Areola, just gets on his show, and he was on Carl's show, Who Are These Podcasts? And he talks about wild shit. He talks about how he was like sexually attracted to his cousin for a long time. And I like Lorenzo a lot, but he does this show. He's got 224 subscribers. Let's check out some of Lorenzo Areola. Show is called That's All Funny is the name of the show.
The right stuff, the right price, out of town and buy them. Academy. You couldn't buy those at Walmart, at least back in my day. And yeah, that was the game I really took to. I did try baseball, was all right at it. Basketball,
so you're learning something about Lorenzo. Sure.
Soccer, I was pretty good at. Now, I remember one time we were practicing, and I was the goalie. I think I shit myself, but I kept on playing, and my team.
Pretty random.
When I was listening to this, I text Carl. I'm like, I'm laughing my fucking balls off at this Lorenzo guy. He's the greatest. And he just tells stories like this. Like he shit himself while he played soccer, and he kept playing. The guy's a gamer.
Teammates were asking me if like an animal was around that took a shit, but I hid it well and kept it a secret because I'm a man, and we keep playing through anything God throws at us. So remember, guys, shedding your pants isn't the worst thing in the world because we all do it, right?
No, we don't all do it, Lorenzo. We don't all shit our pants. We all shit, but we don't all shit our pants, buddy.
Girl, you make me wanna feel things I've never felt before. Girl, you make me wanna feel. I just saw an article.
He talks about shitting his pants. Yeah, he talks about shitting his pants while playing soccer. Then he just sings a random song. And then he just goes into his next thought. It's a segue-less show. It's like 12 minutes long. He does like 10, 20 minutes a day. And it's just
perfect.
A journey through the mind of, what is it, Lorenzo? Lorenzo Areola.
Saying that if Justin Bieber's face paralysis is affecting his relationship with his chick. And I'm like, oh, boo-hoo. Like, I'm sure he's got a bunch of underage girls he's grooming slowly on standby,
You can't say that.
Jeez.
Anytime any big YouTubers feel like they're edgy, You got to listen to a guy who's got like 200 subscribers and nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And then you'll know what edgy is. Edgy is going, Justin Bieber, he's probably grooming a bunch of girls in his house. It's like, wow, I would never say that without going, kidding.
In my opinion.
Yeah, Lorenzo Areola just goes, nope, fact.
Like starting them at a young age and letting them kind of grow like peaches, and when they're the ripe age of legal consent from whatever state laws they may be residing in for him, then he'll pick the peach right off the tree, Also, I mean, even if he
there are some channels where I look at them and I go, it's a crime they have this many subscribers. And then there's other channels where I look at them and I go, it's a crime that this guy isn't a household name.
Yeah.
The fact that that the podcast standings don't go Joe Rogan, Lorenzo Areola is a fucking crime to me. Any asshole who listens to some NPR or true crime podcast and would pass over a Lorenzo Areola. If I offer you, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in the movie Malcolm X once put a bunch of ink in a glass of water. And he goes, if you offer the people this glass, they have no choice but to drink it. But then he pours a pure glass of water and he goes, but if you offer the people a choice, they will choose the clean glass. This is what Islam provides them. That's what I feel like. If all you have offered to you is Rogan, you'll listen to it. You'll drink, or I'm sorry, not Rogan, True Crime Podcast and NPR. You'll drink it. You'll listen to it. It's something. But if I offer you the pure glass, which is Lorenzo Areola and the That's All Funny podcast, you will make the right choice and you'll listen to Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Had his whole face working, he's looking like a meth head, right? Like he looks like someone on Intervention from TLC, I love that show. It's a good show. Watching these people just fail, it makes me kind of feel better. But man, all these like boy pop stars have that sick mind in them, Like look at fucking Nick Carter being sued for allegedly having sex with a 17-year-old girl back when the Backstreet Boys were larger than life. There's this.
I love him. First of all, I will say this about Nick Carter. What's the point of being a Backstreet Boy if you can't get away with heinous, disgusting shit as far as girls go?
Yeah, they can buy their freedom.
Right. The whole point of being a Backstreet Boy is if you're a disgusting piece of shit like Nick Carter, being a Backstreet Boy allows you to be a disgusting piece of shit. So I don't think it should surprise anyone that Nick Carter, like, he had sex with a 17-year-old. Here's my surprise. Only one of them has come forward. Because I promise you, in Backstreet Boy heyday, you know what they called 16? Good enough.
Yeah.
That's what they called it. So, yeah, I don't, I'm not, I'm sorry if I'm not clutching my pearls over finding out that Nick Carter may or may not have had sex with a 17-year-old during the peak of Backstreet Boys mania. If you come to me and say a fifth grader accused him, I'd say, all right, that's pretty heinous. That's pretty fucked up. Yeah. But a high schooler, I just kind of assumed it was baked into the Backstreet Boys cake, so to speak.
This guy at work that I would work at the grocery store with, he's around my age, and he told me he saw the Backstreet Boys live like very recently, and they played their whole catalog, which surprised me that it was only two albums. But anytime I saw him, I kept saying, hey, you saw Backstreet Boys live? Did they play The Call? And he'd say they played every song they made. And then the next day I'd see him, I would tell him, hey, you saw Backstreet Boys live, right? Did they play This Is Us? And he would say, they played every song they made. And I kept this line of questioning going until I ran out of songs from their catalog. I don't know. I just like, I love when a joke isn't funny anymore, because to me that's when it starts being funny,
So Lorenzo's whole show is basically these non sequiturs that go nowhere, and he's like, so I told my friend this, and yeah, that was good. And then after,
and then he changes the subject.
I want to hang out with Lorenzo Areola. I do, just for a day. Anything more than that would be disgusting and terrible, and I wouldn't enjoy it. So yes, I absolutely love Lorenzo Areola. I saw him on Who Are These Podcasts, and ever since, I've been an Areola guy
that we used to listen to years ago, and he just kind of disappeared. But drinking out of cups.
Oh, Drink Out of Cups guy's been gone for like 15 years.
Yeah. What's his name, though?
Oh, fuck. It's like Dominic or
whatever.
Damon or something. I can't remember. But, yeah, he was there. That was a long time ago. Allegedly, in some states, says Dub 16 is legal. But the alleged STD that multiple victims alleged to have gotten from him, yeah, it's the Nick Carter thing is pretty gross. But again, it's gross. But if you're sitting there going, I'm surprised that the Backstreet Boys would have had sex with a 17-year-old girl. Like, really? Because I guarantee if that's where you're drawing the line of, oh my God, those guys are gross and dead to me, that. If you want to see how far across that line those guys probably went, In Sync too.
Oh, yeah.
98 Degrees probably the worst of all of them because they had to know that they were on borrowed time. They had to know that they were just part of a boom that was, up here.
And then you have the king of that, Michael Jackson.
Well, he went, look, he
decided to go.
He went the other way.
Yeah.
I mean, he was more like, I'd be surprised if there was anyone over 14.
True.
That said that they had sex with him. So the Backstreet Boys were kind of, working from acceptable downward. Michael went from horrific upward and never really broke through a certain glass ceiling.
Oh, he broke through some stuff.
Oh, he certainly did. So, yes, I love Lorenzo. Thank you guys for that recommendation, but I am familiar with Lorenzo. I think he's great. April, very excited. She's letting us know who of her internet/YouTube friends has gotten in touch with her for wishing her a happy birthday. She is letting us know that list now includes the one Reverend Bob Levy.
All right.
She's very excited. But I will be keeping track of who does wish April a happy birthday and who doesn't wish me a happy birthday on the 24th, and I will hold grudges.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. So if I don't, now Bob Levy's on the clock. If December 24th rolls around and I don't get a happy birthday from Bob, quite frankly, Bob can go fuck himself. I'm kidding, of course. Backstreet Boys was allegedly planning to be on tour right now, says Dub. Oh, okay. So that's terrible timing. Well, Nick Carter's brother just died in a bathtub. He Whitney Houstoned it.
Oh, geez.
And now he's getting accused of, playing fast and loose with the anus of a minor back in the day. And now, apparently they were supposed to go on tour. Hard to go on tour when when one of your main band members is accused of sodomizing a minor.
Yeah, they frown upon that.
Yeah, that tends to. I mean, you know what the gross part is though? Would not hurt ticket sales. They would still sell out every show.
Yep. Because
think about it. Backstreet Boys is what, about 20 years ago was their end of their peak. So you're talking about. Everyone who liked the Backstreet Boys is about my age right now. They're about 35. Disposable income, the whole thing. Young children at home, so you get a babysitter. You go watch the Backstreet Boys. You make a little brother and sister.
Yeah.
They're not going to care. I bet you most people don't even know about the Nick Carter accusations. You got to be someone like me who's on TMZ every day prepping a show and doing that shit and going like, oh, my God, that's amazing. It's crazy that he fucking did that. So I don't know. Are they still? Did they cancel the tour because of the 17-year-old sex stuff? Backstreet Boys tour. Looks like they still got. They're going to be in Japan on February 16th, Singapore on the 22nd. They're only touring in places where Nick Carter can have sex with 17-year-olds. He's going to go to Thailand after that, and
look at the ranch. They killed off Danny Masterson.
Well, Danny Masterson, I think, was legit, like, raping bitches. And what happened to him? He had a hung jury, right?
I don't know what happened.
I think the jury was done with his case, and they came back, and they're like, we don't know. And I don't know if have they announced if they're going to try him again? I don't know. I'm not sure. But, yeah, he lost everything from that. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Levy. Calls me a kid. That feels good. I like that. Some people in their 30s don't like it when like an older person calls them like kid or boy. I only like it when people call me boy when they think I'm black. That's the only time I'm okay with it. And they have to say it kind of southernly. Boy, I like your show, boy. And I'm like, oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You sure do love my show, sir. I has loved to soft shoe and dance for Mr. Bob. Miss Levy, I's tap dancer. You, oh boy, I's hot shoe like a motherfucker, Miss Levy. At any rate, I like it when older people refer to me as a kid. I'm clinging to my youth. As you can tell with my hair being spread out the way it is, I'm clinging to my youth in any way I can. But yes, happy birthday to April. That will be a common thread weaved throughout today's show. Orange Boy simply writing, Omaha. Oh, is it? We got to call an audible? All right. Fair enough. I think when I start talking in that voice, I'm only about 2 or 3 seconds away from singing Old Kentucky Home. So
very true.
Yeah, I think at some point you got to move on. Dustin Hoffman says Aaron's a porch pirate. Yes, porch pirate, not port. You understand. Fooey. Hey, okay, you've written hey fuckwits twice now. Hello, sir. I didn't know we were doing one-on-one. It's going to get very populated in here in the next couple hours, so I'm sorry, Fooey, if I don't get to you post-haste. You don't need to send it 2 or 3 times. Oz, you were given a gift.
Yes.
Now,
by far the best Christmas gift, early Christmas gift I've ever gotten.
You said this was from Lemmy. I disagree.
Well, she's the one that sent me the clip.
She sent you the clip.
And said Merry Christmas.
But KelMarie... from the Right On Show. People who have been listening to the show for a few months will remember the Right On Show. It is that music writers show. Well, it's supposed to be about musicians, but it ends up just being about KelMarie and her newest song.
Yeah.
And then Bobby, her husband, who like bankrolls the whole thing. And obviously has an extensive musical background because he plays like every instrument.
Yep.
So Bobby's probably made some money as a musician. And now KelMarie writes songs and performs them, and they put them up on YouTube and their website. Is it rightonkel.com? I think that's the name of it. Rightonkel.com. WRITE. Well, KelMarie sang a song called it's called Heaven, right?
Yep.
And Oz is obsessed with the song Heaven. He can't get the song Heaven out of his head. We also, let's call a spade a spade. We made fun of the Right On Show pretty heavy.
Yes.
And these people, instead of, threatening our families and things like that, had a sense of humor about it, called into the show, and we had a fun back and forth, and we went, well, I can't hate these guys. No. By the way, that's how this internet game works. Before you go too far and you expose yourself as a buffoon, you should go to the people making fun of you and just go, hey, what's the deal? Because 9 times out of 10, those people will be like, oh, I didn't realize how cool you were about this.
Yeah.
Like every day we grab new fans who come into our chat and go, you guys fucking suck. And instead of us going, oh yeah, we don't suck, you suck. We go to them and we're like, dude, I'm sure we suck. That's probably your opinion.
You win.
Your opinion is probably valid. But you sound like the kind of guy where if you hang around for about 5 or 10 minutes, you're going to be a fan of our show.
And they're a subscriber.
And it happens every day.
Yep.
I mean, happened during the evening show last night, happened during the morning show yesterday. If you fly off the handle and you just start going nuts, they've beaten you.
Yeah.
They've won. Anytime you go nuts and you take the internet seriously and you start like really going after it, that's an L.
Yep.
That's an L. You've immediately lost. And we have personal experience with that. We made somebody fly off the handle and go nuts, and we were like, well, I guess there's the knockout victory right there.
Yep.
But if someone comes in and goes, you fucking suck, and you go, oh, really? We suck? Why do we suck? And then they're like, oh, shit, I was kind of hoping to get you to go on tilt and yell at me.
I was just going to type this and hope you were going to get mad.
Yeah, I just thought you would get mad. Now I have to come up with a follow-up? Well, I don't know. I hate you. Yeah, I know you hate me, but, like, what is it specifically that you hate? Like, let's really dig into the juice of why I'm dog shit. Really give it to me. And they're like, all right, I guess you've been pretty cool about it. I'll stick around. It's like, thank you.
Yep.
Look, I'm not saying if you
go 180.
Yeah, I'm not saying if you stick around, you'll automatically like us. There is definitely a more than even chance that after you give us a chance, you still think we're going to be the drizzling shits. That's totally fine. But there's also an equal chance that you end up liking us. Well, KelMarie was one of the people that did it right. We made fun of their show, and they realized, they went, oh, they're fucking around because they do a show. Like, do we hate these shows that we make fun of as much as we let on the air? No, we're performing for our audience. We have to make it funny. My goal when I make fun of someone is always funny first. And if it comes off as mean, oopsie daisy, I was just trying to be funny.
I just remember she showed up in the chat one day, too.
Yeah. So she called into the show, and she's like, oh, hey, I love your guys' show, and I know you guys made fun of us, but I've been listening every day, and I like your show. I think you guys do a good job. Your language is a little rough for me, but I really enjoy it. And I'm like, you know what a phony I'd be if I keep making fun of this person?
Yes.
That's fantastic that you did that.
I can't.
So not only did KelMarie call into this show, not only did KelMarie show up in our chat, KelMarie also made this video. Now, I got this notification this weekend, and it said Oz on it. And you're going to think I'm the dumbest fucking guy in the world, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I thought she was working on a new song just called Oz.
Oh, sure.
Until like Sunday it hit me, and I finally went and watched it because I'm like, wait a minute. Oz and I are the Right On people. Like, we're the ones who made fun of Right On. So watch this cool thing. And Oz told me today when he came in, he's like, oh, yeah, I think Lemmy organized this for me. And I told him, I said, no. I said, KelMarie has been calling the show. She's a fan of the show. She likes you. She just made this for you. And so Oz was just informed of this today. This is what KelMarie did for Oz, which you could argue is either the nicest, coolest thing anyone's done for you on YouTube or the shittiest, most evil thing anyone's ever done for you on YouTube. Check it out.
Because God doesn't make any mistakes. He put us under. He did it with grace. Heaven. Let's get to heaven. Special shout out and happy holidays to my buddy Oz from the Steel Toe Morning Show. Peace.
Oh, you gonna fuck her? That's very cool. So then also, April, who gave me this? Before I open it, April, oh God, she told me yesterday who hooked us up with this. She'll let me know here in a second when the chat catches up.
I see her address.
Oh, sorry. Whoopsie daisy.
I won't spoil it for anybody.
Coltrane, thank you for the $5. He says, I'm depending on that mod check so my kids can eat. So happy birthday. Here are some April bucks. Go buy yourself something nice. Oh, and the Right On Kel link is up in the chat too. You guys can do that. Dub with $5 says, happy birthday, April. Nice to see you again, Oz. Always a pleasure to see you, Aaron. Well, thank you, Dub. I'm keeping track of these of the super chats and everything. I don't know if you joined us yesterday, but we are already through this week's goal.
Jeez.
It's over. Like we're good. So now I'm trying to figure out where we are for next week, and I think by tomorrow morning, well, then we got April's birthday show tonight. That could get a little weird. But I'll know by tomorrow morning where we're at for next week so you guys can, as you see fit, if you want to chip in or not. I just want to make sure we don't, take in money and not attribute it to goals. So right. I got to make sure I've got my math right. You guys, I'm not ashamed to say, you guys overwhelmed me yesterday with contributions. I do appreciate that. Gray Idol says there's no reason for hating Aaron except for his double chin and no Adam's apple. I mean, thank you, question mark, I think. Thank you, question mark. Yeah, people are saying that was very nice of KelMarie. Why do I podcast as docs? No, I'm not going to dox KelMarie from the Right On show. All right, April says that Informal Warfare got this for me.
All right.
Let's go ahead. The Mood says in 6 months, we will be counting next year's goal, right?
Yes.
It's possible. Kevin, you existed last night on the evening show as well. So don't, Kevin had us all thinking that he's like banned from our channel or like hidden or something. I start the evening show last night and I'm like, I see you. You're right there. Mr. fucking getting famous on YouTube thinks that everybody should just notice him all the time. Son of a bitch. All right, here we go. Let's open up my my gift from Informal Warfare. See what we've got here. This is a Bella Canvas t-shirt. So, oh, there we go. I'm going to rehab. I don't want to. Right on Kel.com. Rehab. I didn't get the Heaven shirt. I got the Rehab shirt. That's fine. I like all the Right On merchandise, if you will. Very cool. I'm going to wear that maybe tonight's show.
There you go.
I'll go ahead and wear my Right On merch. Thank you very much, Informal Warfare. That's very cool. What a weird existence we have. Like, we made fun of this show brutally. That's like the homeless guy in Florida. Like, we just teased him and his content, and he lost his mind. You talk about a guy who took the internet too seriously and lost. It would be that guy. But, like, we ripped on this show way harder than we did anyone else. And they're pros. They get it. They understand. And they go, hey, calling into your show. Because, like, once you call into someone's show and you go, hey, I saw you were making fun of us. We've been watching your show. We really like it. That turns the table on us. That's actually how you win. Like, the only beef we've ever lost on YouTube is to the Right On show.
Yes.
Because they killed us with kindness.
Yes, they did.
The Right On show called in and went, hey, I really like your show. I heard you were making fun of us. And we're like, yeah, kind of a dick. That's on me. Like, if you make fun of someone and they go, it's like, oh, we fucked that guy up.
Sure.
But if someone calls in and they go, hey, I like your show, you know, what's the deal? And you're like, I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm garbage.
I suck ass. I'm the worst guy in the world. Like, if Opie were to, like, call into our show and be like, hey, heard you guys were shitting on me. What the fuck did I ever do to you? I wouldn't be able to answer that. Well, with Opie, I would. I would be like, oh, I asked you for an interview and you fucking big-timed me and acted like you were hot shit and went, oh, maybe if you behave yourself, I'll revisit you in the fall. Fuck you. Actually, you know what? If Opie called in, I'd still be able to defend that one.
Sure.
But Right On show, I can't defend the Right On show trashing. They're way too cool. Citizen M says, when I mock Chrissy on my show, I hate her more than I let on, but got to stick to YouTube policy. I mean, your Chrissy obsession is going to get the better of you someday, Citizen M. That's too much anger for one man to hold on to. Coltrane says, look what happened with Errand Tires. Dude came from New York to the anniversary show. Right, but did we ever trash Errand Tires? I feel like we loved that guy from the beginning. I mean, a guy drinking vodka and smoking weed under his deck while live streaming in Rochester. Oh, my God. Doesn't he live in Rochester?
And don't forget pineapple juice.
And pineapple, vodka and pineapple juice. April, we might have to rethink that Rochester trip. We could visit not only Gino Bisconte and Compound Media, but we could also go and visit Errand Tires.
That'd be an interesting interview.
Ooh, uh-oh. Adam says, like when Whoopi Goldberg showed up at O&A, to shut them up. Good. Exactly. So Opie and Anthony were trashing the shit out of Whoopi Goldberg's morning show like 15 years ago. And then one day, fucking Whoopi Goldberg just shows up at their XM studios and is like, hey, I heard you guys were making fun of me. That's not a bad Whoopi Goldberg.
No.
I heard you guys were making fun of me on your show. And they're like, oh, well, we, yeah, she had a morning show called Wake Up with Whoopi, and they were just beating the shit out of it. And she's like, well, you know, a lot of the stuff that we talk about on my show, those are things that people need to know about. And they're just like, yeah, we're assholes. Opie, here, I bet you we can find Opie and Anthony, Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah, Whoopi confronts O&A.
Hold on. Who's Elo? What's
Is
up?
that Elo?
That's Elo. That's Eric Logan.
You don't return my calls.
You know something? You got Bravo.
Here.
All right. Holy
There's no video for this.
Mother of God. We're in trouble. You know something? You got Bravo. You got balls. Bravo, Whoopi. Whoopi Goldberg in studio.
Wow.
Good morning.
She probably does have balls.
Like, yeah, well, that could be literal. But, like, if you're, like, I've been, you know, trashing other shows and stuff for years, over a decade now. And if somebody does show up right to you with a smile on their face and goes, I heard you were talking shit, you feel like such an asshole retard. Yeah. You really do. Like, people don't understand that. The only way to do a good job with these beefs is to not take them seriously. The minute you stop laughing, you lose. And that's what people on the internet need to learn. If people get to you, if people shake you up and make you go, I don't care how good you feel. I don't care how confident you feel. You've lost. It's over.
Yeah.
But you show up and you go, heard you were talking some real cash money shit about me. Like, that other person has to go. Either at that point you have to fight them or you have to admit that it was all a work. and that you were just fucking around to make your audience laugh. And if you go to someone and they go, heard you were talking shit about me, and they go, we were just trying to make our audience laugh. We were fucking around. Guess what? Now it's over.
Yep.
Now it's done. Like, we had our 3-day thing with Gino Bisconti months ago. Squash that. I text Gino every Sunday while we're watching football. We had it in with Alex Stein. We made fun of his shit, remember?
Yep.
We had Alex on the show Friday. By the time the show was over, Alex and I are talking about, hey, if the Cowboys are ever playing the Vikings at US Bank, you're coming to the game with it. Yeah, you come up, you go to the game, the whole deal. So, like, if you shit on someone and that person then, not confronts you, but goes, hey, what the fuck? I heard you were talking shit about me. Like, publicly, you go,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Guys like me and others who talk shit doing a show will just look at you and go, I'll be honest, it was funny to me. I was trying to make my audience laugh. You got me. You got me, and now it's over.
You win.
That's the only way you can win. That's why when people come onto this show and they go, you fucking suck, we're like, yeah, you know what? Probably. We probably do suck ass. But I bet you're going to enjoy the show. W Man says, would you still have Opie on? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Opie hasn't crossed any lines. Like, the minute you get angry and you bring it to, like, personal, like, family shit and stuff like that, not only have you lost, but now it's an on-site thing where I'm like, now I got to not only did I beat the shit out of you and degrade you as a man, but now I got to actually smack you around a little bit. Opie's never done anything like that. Opie and I, as the rappers say, we've kept it on wax. Opie and I so far. So if Opie came on the show and he's like, what are you trashing me for? I would be able to defend why I trashed him, but I would also go, it's like wartime and peacetime. It's like, yeah, I was in wartime mode. You said some shit about me. It was good content for my show. It made my audience laugh. We had a great time, got a lot of views, got a lot of new subscribers and fans out of the deal. It was, why wouldn't I do it? It was a 100% a win for me. Everyone we've gone after has led to more fans, has led to more people subscribing to the channel. Why wouldn't I do it? It is a massive W for me. But if he came on our show and went, well, don't you think you're kind of a phony piece of shit, though? And that, you just kind of trashed me and you got the views and you did that, so you just kept doing it. And then, all this, I'd be like, well, yeah, that's 100% what I did. And he'd be like, oh, well, then I kind of think you're a phony piece of shit. I'd be like, all right, fair enough. You know what? Good. And then you could go on and have an interview from there. That's what's so amazing to me. It's so simple to bring these things back down that I don't understand why people, when they get made fun of, some people just blow it up to such a big degree. It's like, dude, not only are you making yourself look like an asshole, but it was so easy to spin out of this, and you didn't do it. I think the Johns and the Chads of the world, that's just kind of what they don't understand, and that's why we're on the trajectory that we're on, and those two are on the trajectory they're on. Count Opie in that, too, I think. So there you go. You got your little shout-out from KelMarie. Yep. You got to be feeling pretty good about that.
I do.
I hope so. Fred says, what's the PayPal link in the... Here, we'll put the PayPal link in the chat. There you go. If you guys want to chip in, that's fine. But we are, again, it says right there, we are good for the week, and I don't know where we are for next week. So, at your own generosity, I guess we would say. All right. I think we are all caught up. $10 from Ben. Thank you very much, Ben. Appreciate that. And also something coming in. I guess I do have to keep track of this now and say thanks to everybody. I got a few thank yous to throw out there. Let's see who it is. Ben with 10. Thank you very much, buddy. And Fred with $50 says, little something to start April's birthday off with. Fuck Chad. Well, I mean, it's very nice, but, leave the dead buried, as they say. Crusher says, Opie interview would be as boring as his podcast. Look, I think an Opie interview would be good for the event concept of it. I'm not saying that he would be a really interesting interview. Okay. I just got some info on the KelMarie thing. All right, that was... She started calling into the show, and then she just wanted to say hello.
Well, that's great.
Z Kyle says, every show that mention you, their fans come over to hate on us and then end up staying. Not all of them. I mean, I'm not going to do that hacky thing that another idiot does and go, yeah, everyone who doesn't like me, they just come over and become a fan. That's insecure hack shit. Yeah, I mean, a few people who hate us come over and they become a fan. Most of them just hate us, can't get a rise out of us, and leave. You know? And then the other ones, they never come over here in the first place. That's really kind of what happened. I should be teaching a class on this shit. Black Ornament says, Kevin Dumbfuck was talking last night about getting the homeless guy to stalk Chrissy. I don't think Kevin was talking about that. Justin Dabbler says, can we have some Super Chat music for April's birthday? I tell you what, Justin Dabbler, tonight on the evening show, I will give you some Super Chat music for a little bit. How's that? I know you miss it, so I'm gonna hook you up with it. Fred says they're not gonna have a goal for the next 2 weeks. Christmas present coming Monday. Fred.
Well, howdy, Fred.
Fred gives so much money to this show that we had to get him his own sound drop
from Tombstone.
Well, howdy, Fred.
Yeah. So $50 from Fred. Thank you, buddy.
Well, howdy, Fred.
And then of course David Chandler's so generous we had to get him his own sound drop.
You'd all be dead now if it wasn't my David.
Perfect.
I've wanted that one for a long time anyway. The Traffic in African says Dontarius can stalk April. What do you think, April? You and Dontarius? Does that sound good? See, like, I don't worry about the homeless guy in Florida, but I worry about that Alex Stein and Dontarius. That is a threat. That's a threat to my manhood right there. Citizen M says, no, why do I podcast wants homeless man to stalk mayor instead of April? Look, I can't keep up with my own shit. I certainly can't keep up with you guys. Why do I podcast says, no, that was Bedabbler. I argued against it. Oh, so now you're throwing Bedabbler under the bus, huh? I like Bedabbler. I like both of you. And now I see what kind of treachery you're in. Guys, I'm fucking kidding. Enjoy your podcasts. Have a good time. Subscribe to WDIP, by the way. Click his link. Subscribe to his channel. I'll say this. Kevin is, he does it the right way. Kevin does, whether it's Carl from Who Are These Podcasts, whether it's me or anyone else, like if he asks you for advice and you give it to him, he tries it. It may not be for him, but he tries it. You know, I've checked out his shows from time to time. He's getting better and better. And I can actually see like a lot of the stuff I've told him about like being implemented and watching him get better. It's actually really cool. So please go and subscribe to his channel and subscribe to Bedabbler as well. Bumbaclo says a lot of snitches in the chat. Yeah, right? A lot of snitching going on this fine show of ours. Just kind of a bit of a bitch fight, if you will. Let's get to our first story today. Although I guess like KelMarie was our first story. This is going to come as a shock to a lot of you. You're not going to believe this. But the January 6th Congressional Committee, January 6th, you know, that thing that happened like 2 years ago, that because this country is in the absolute shitter and the people in charge don't want you to know about it, they're just obsessively focusing on this January 6th thing. Well, the January 6th Congressional Committee came back and recommended that Donald Trump be brought up on charges. They say he broke the law and incited a riot. Oh, my God. Can you believe it? I didn't think they were going to come out with that decision. I thought Liz Cheney and her band of Democrats, I thought they were going to come in and they were going to go, you know, we've been looking into this January 6th thing for 2 years now, and turns out we were wrong. Donald Trump, totally innocent. Nothing to do with it. That's where I thought this whole thing was going to go. I got to be honest, guys. I was way off. I wasn't even close. I got to give up on this political projection shit. I don't know what I'm talking about. I thought they were just going to say Donald Trump's a decent enough guy. He just got caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. I thought the January 6th committee was going to come back and say, actually, we've looked at it. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was a rough day, and it got out of hand. But, you know, all in all, not the worst thing that's ever happened. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
So now it's up to the Justice Department as to whether or not they will prosecute Donald Trump. We're going to find out how worried they really are about him becoming president. Because if they actually do bring him up on insurrection charges and shit like that and incitement charges, you'll know that they're still worried about him.
Yep.
But honestly, I said this last week. I'm changing my opinion. I think DeSantis should get in there and run. I know I said a few weeks ago, and I've been saying for a while, that if DeSantis gets in there, and even if he beats Trump in the primary, Trump will drag him down and like tell his voters not to support DeSantis, split the ticket, and then the Democrat will win. I don't think so anymore. I think Donald has been making an ass of himself for a few months now, and then he just did that NFT trading card thing, which was fucking cringe.
Okay.
I think enough people are kind of tired of Donald Trump that not only – now, I think it's a fait accompli. I think if they had it today, DeSantis would beat him in a primary.
Yeah.
But also, I don't think Trump would have the stroke a year from now. I don't think he'd have the stroke to stop DeSantis from becoming president. I would have said that a year ago, but at the rate this Trump shit is like kind of losing its steam, and at the rate that DeSantis is still picking up steam, people want to say like a year out, they're like, oh yeah, a year out, Trump's going to stop DeSantis and, he'll fuck up the game for him the whole. Dude, a year before 2008, people were saying it was going to be Rudy Giuliani versus Hillary Clinton for president. A lot can change in a year. And if you look at the trajectory that Trump and DeSantis are on, I mean, it's opposite trajectories. One's going like this, one's going like that. I think a year from now, you look at DeSantis, I think he'd smoke Trump in a primary, and I think he could go on to become president. I do. Citizen M says, it's so cute. Aaron thinks DeSantis has a chance at that GOP nomination. They will steamroll Ron like Bernie. Well, see, now Bernie was an outsider who was running against the establishment candidate in Hillary, and they fucked him. In this case, Trump is the outsider. I don't think that Ron DeSantis is totally establishment, but he's much more of an establishment Republican, like plays the party game guy more than Trump is.
And I don't think Florida wants to give him up.
Too fucking bad. I might just say we need him. And, piss on that. Piss on that. Send a raven. I need you here in D.C. I'm the king. I get what I want. And that's Ron DeSantis.
Like, even though Florida, I mean, I just don't, I think they would vote against him because they just want to keep him.
I don't think so. I don't think they would sabotage their own guy like that and damage him just so they could keep him. That would be some weird Munchausen shit.
It would.
That Florida would be pulling. Coltrane says the Democrats are handing DeSantis the presidency if they charge and prosecute Trump. I'm hoping they do. Right, like if they charge and prosecute him and just gum it up so that he can't run, which is, I think, what they're going for.
Sure.
They're handing it to DeSantis. The only person who can stop DeSantis now is Trump being a dick. I don't think there's any Democrat that can stop DeSantis. He just won Florida by like 20-plus points. So I don't think that anyone on the Democrat side can stop DeSantis. There's only two things that can stop DeSantis. Trump sandbagging him and like something terrible happening to like Florida's economy or something that makes him look bad or some major scandal like this. I want Florida to secede from the union. We don't want to share him, says Scarface. Jeez. All right. Well, you're willing to go a long way to protect that governor. You know what, Oz? Maybe you're right. Maybe they will sandbag the son of a bitch. Sean Reyes says, as a Floridian, I don't want him to run because 2024 is going to be a shit show. He needs to wait till 2028. Even if it's a Democrat, I'm going to tell you right now, I think almost anybody would do a better job than Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah.
Like there's Democrats out there where if they became president, they'd be like, all right, look, my taxes are going to go up a little, and this probably isn't going to be great, but it's better than Joe Biden. Yeah. I would take, I'll throw a name out there. Amy Klobuchar.
Okay.
I'd take her over Biden. I don't think she'd do a lot of things that I like, but I think she'd be more competent than Joe Biden is.
She'd be coherent.
Yeah. One thing I like about Amy Klobuchar, she bullies her staff. To me, people who bully their staff, I think, are good leaders. If you bully your underlings, I think you've really got your shit going on. You know who used to be a giant bully and who actually ran a pretty good presidency and things were going pretty well under him? Bill Clinton.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Bill Clinton is a fucking asshole. I mean, he would motherfuck people in there. There are stories about how much, like, Al Gore and Bill Clinton hated each other. When they ran against each other in the primaries in 92, Al Gore was this senator's kid, silver spoon, white collar, groomed for greatness, groomed to be president kind of guy, and he figured it's his time. Bill Clinton was this stepson of a used car salesman from this shithole Hope, Arkansas town, and he was a nobody, and he came up, and he beat Al Gore, and he beat Cuomo, and he beat all these other guys, and then grabbed Al Gore as his vice president. Do you know what a dishonor that is for a kid like Al Gore?
Yeah.
With the silver spoon in his mouth and everything else, to then have to serve under the used car salesman's stepkid? Resented him forever. And also, what I really liked about Bill Clinton is he never let Al Gore forget that, and he treated him like a piece of shit all 8 years. Yeah. He would never let Al Gore forget that he was working for the used car salesman's stepson, and that, like, it was basically a class thing. Like the blue-collar kid got to be in charge of the white-collar kid, and he bullied the fuck out of him for it. And I liked that. In fact, there were, like, screaming matches during the 2000 election because Bill Clinton, of course, obviously president at the time, there are reports and, like, people have written books about it, about, like, how Bill Clinton would yell at Al Gore and basically be like, I have a 60% approval rating, retard. Just ride my coattails and you'll be fucking president of the United States. And Al Gore was like, I don't need you, you whoremongering piece of shit. I don't need your charity. I can win this on my own. He didn't want that poor Hope, Arkansas white trash helping him. He wanted to get out of Bill Clinton's shadow, and it ended up costing him. All he had to do was ride the coattails of the guy with the 60% approval rating and the awesome economy, and he couldn't do it because I'm a senator's kid. Shit. I don't need anybody else. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that Al Gore was a little cunt about that, and it cost him the presidency. Mr. Unknown for Real says, you guys aren't being serial. There's a man-bear pig on the loose. Oh, no, not a man-bear pig. Granny says it was like Bill Murray and Chevy Chase. Now, who was what in that one? Was Chevy Chase the silver spoon and Bill Murray was the blue-collar type? I can't remember. I do know they hated each other, though. We've talked about how Richard Pryor hated Chevy Chase, right?
Yep.
We played that Johnny Carson clip where Chevy Chase called Richard Pryor's kid a hooker on Johnny Carson. And so Richard Pryor decided to humiliate him by saying, oh, yeah, what's all this talk behind the scenes about you're going to take over for Johnny? Right in front of Johnny Carson. And like, oh, boy. I love that clip. Richard Pryor, Chevy Chase, Johnny Carson. Yeah, because like Richard Pryor goes, I went to my son's talent show. And Johnny Carson's like, oh, is he talented? He goes, no, he has no talent whatsoever. That's...
About that. It was about work, about what we felt like we'd like to try to do something. And it was really exciting. And I think...
but you don't think they restricted you too much, really what you wanted to say?
Yes, they restricted
you. There are limitations on television. That comes with the territory. I couldn't do the scene with the lady in the bed. That was work. And it's really nice. It's a nice spirit so far. So we're going to see how it goes. Good. Well, I hope it works out for you.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you for being here. You ever been back to your hometown? You go back there often?
Yes.
Peoria, is it not?
Yeah, Peoria is in Illinois. And it's... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you also. Thank you. Why don't you all just clap for Peoria?
Now, all of those people obviously are not from Peoria.
Oh, yes, they are.
So this is 1977, so think about this. They were talking about trying to find someone to replace Johnny 16 years before he actually left. That's how long that Johnny was on top for. So 1977, there was this movement to get Chevy Chase his own late-night show because of all the Saturday Night Live stuff and all that. And one of the things they talked about was taking over for Johnny. Now, eventually in the early 90s, Chevy did get a late-night show. And it bombed.
Yeah, that didn't last very long. I remember
horribly.
That.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Oh, I hired them. I come in. Peoria and Burbank are merging. Yeah, I go back. I'm going back Friday.
Yeah.
To see my son in a talent show and spend Mother's Day with my grandmother.
Is he talented?
My son? No, he has no talent whatsoever. But you have to go and watch him and encourage him. He's a wonderful son.
What does he do? What is he doing in the show?
He yodels and throws.
Jeez.
So Chevy goes, he's a hooker.
And then just he's like, huh?
And then Richard Pryor, that comedian's instinct, his like a hawk, his eyes just go, what's that, motherfucker? And then from here on, the last 2 minutes of this get extremely uncomfortable.
What was it you said?
I didn't say nothing, man. Nothing. I just say nothing.
You got to deal differently when you're dealing with those people.
I was going to ask you, why didn't you tell Johnny you was going to take over his show?
Oh. By the way, Richard Pryor had said before this numerous times, I don't like Chevy. Chevy's mean. Chevy's a dick. I don't like Chevy. So he's being professional until this point.
I knew you'd bring that up, and Johnny and I, we discussed it, and neither of us care.
That monologue you were doing with the chair is a perfect replacement for Johnny.
A lot of chair falls. My opening monologue will be a fall over a chair tonight. Thank you very much.
You guys better be big hits tomorrow night. I got mine.
You're all right.
I got mine.
We're screwed.
I got mine.
I'm home free.
Good. So am I.
I
love show business. That's the only reason I'm in it.
It's getting
show business is your life, so to speak.
In a way.
In a way, certainly.
Yes.
You gonna make another picture?
You fixing to give me these back?
No, I'm gonna keep those. You gonna make another picture?
Yes, starting in May in Detroit. I'll be in Detroit, and I'll be.
And I think that's they go to break shortly after that.
A little uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a guy goes, yeah, I'm going to my kid's talent show. What does he do? And Chevy Chase goes, he's a hooker. Like,
it's so random.
Great line, asshole. Yeah. Really good. Bumbaclo says Pryor and Marlon Brando were fucking. Yeah, that's an actual rumor.
Jeez.
That Chevy Chase fucked Marlon Brando. Or, I'm sorry, Richard Pryor and Marlon Brando fucked. There were enough drugs back then that, maybe. Who knows? I'm not willing to rule it out.
Wow. Oof.
What do you mean, oof?
That's just a
Could be
weird
romantic.
thought.
1977. On the waterfront, Marlon Brando, or not on the waterfront. Apocalypse Now, Brando, and, Prime Pryor. Actually, I think that's the name of the sex tape, Prime Pryor.
Yeah.
It was just
windsock.
Fucking each other, yeah. Adam Price writes, Paul Mooney is definitely not gay. Well, he's dead, so there's that. I mean, you can't really be gay if you're dead. I mean, someone can be gay to you if you're dead, but they can't be. Actually, wait, is it even gay anymore if it's necrophilia?
That's a good question.
Because you're not really a person. You're a corpse. So I don't know if it's... I think the necrophilia trumps the gayness. So I don't think you get to the gay part because, you started up here, so to speak. Fred says, seen Chevy Chase at the Comedy Cellar one night, and he was a cunt to the waitstaff and the comic. A lot of people have a lot of Chevy's a cunt story. I haven't heard a lot of Chevy's a good dude story. Like I've heard stories about how Robin Williams was just the nicest guy in the world. And then I've heard from other people, Robin Williams stole jokes and he was kind of a joke thief, predator guy. I don't know. What I heard was Robin Williams would pay people for their jokes. Like Robin Williams would go see someone who opened for him and they would tell a really funny joke and he'd come by, he'd give him $2,000 and he'd be like, I'm going to use that joke from now on. Which if you're a comedian just starting out, you're going to make more from what Robin Williams just gave you on that joke than you were ever going to make doing that joke on stage.
Good business move.
Yeah, just take the damn thing. We talked about Mandy Rose not too long ago on the show. Mandy Rose is a former WWE superstar. She got fired last week because she has a not an OnlyFans page, but a fan time page. A fan time is basically OnlyFans.
Okay.
I don't know why she does fan time instead of OnlyFans. Maybe she has an exclusive deal. I don't know. But WWE saw her fan time page and determined that it was too racy for them to be associated with. And they fired Mandy Rose. Now, me personally, I think if you're WWE, you suspend Mandy Rose for having the fan time page, and then when she comes back, she's the hottest thing out there.
Well, yeah.
Her fan time is going crazy. You know, the ratings will go through the roof when she's on because people will want to see her. And this is the WWE we're talking about. The WWE historically has had their female wrestlers on Playboy. You know, they're female wrestlers, maybe not while under contract with WWE, but have done pornos in the past. I mean, I don't really know if WWE is the one to sit on their virtues and, you know, tell women what they can and can't do in terms of, you know, the body stuff. To me,
I thought that would help views.
Yeah, like to me, I think that the thing with WWE, they like to play it off as like, oh, it's the content we don't like. It's not family friendly. It's not this and that. I think what it is that the more money she makes on that fan time, the less leverage WWE has. Because if she's making a lot of money showing her ass and tits on her fan time page, and that's paying her, you know, $250,000, $500,000 a month.
Yeah.
And WWE's paying her like maybe $1 million a year. Now all of a sudden when she goes to contract negotiations, she's like, you guys got to pay me more. Like, no, we don't.
Yeah, that could hurt there.
Yeah, you do have to pay me more. I'm making $500,000 a month on my fan time page. So I don't really need your guys' money. I need you to push me to the moon. I want a title run, and I want more money. And what are you going to do? You got to give it to her if that gets too big. So I think what they did was they cut her loose before that fan time thing got to be too crazy. And they kind of thought, you know, look, we'll be fine without Mandy Rose, and now we'll get rid of this potential headache down the road. Well, it turns out in the week that she was fired from WWE, the former NXT Women's Champion has made $500,000 off her fan time content in just 1 week. Mandy was fired Wednesday after posting racy pics on the subscription-based platform, something that's a big no-no for the WWE brand. So you can't even have one. Like, you can't even have an OnlyFans or a fan time or anything else. So her just having one broke the rules.
Yeah, but you see the crap they wear on WWE?
Well, I mean, here, just look at these photos. Here's just shots she did. Like, here's photo shoot shit that she did. I mean, it's pretty racy.
They ain't wearing much more clothes in the ring.
Right. So there's that. Then you got ring shots. Like, there she is in the ring. Yeah, that's not much more clothing than what she's wearing in those swimsuit pictures. I mean, maybe there's
and they're wrestling.
Yeah, there's a little less here on the thigh, but that's about it. So it is kind of weird, the lines that WWE draws. But Kawa predicts Rose will be the newest self-made millionaire by Christmas. Before Rose was fired, she competed for WWE on NXT's roster, where she had been the women's NXT champion for over 400 days. So she was a big deal. Like, she was one of their main brands, women's champions. There's 3 main brands in WWE. There's Raw, there's SmackDown, there's NXT. She was the NXT champion for over a year. Then out of nowhere, last Tuesday, she drops the belt to somebody. She loses a match, she drops the belt. That night, they fire her because they found out she had the fan time page. That led to her making $500,000. I mean, she made $500,000 in 1 week because WWE let her go. I mean, and by the way, this is WWE who just had their chairman, Vince McMahon, step down because he was accused of fucking women and then paying for their silence for years. So this woman can't have a fan time where there's no victims, there's no anybody, nobody's getting fucked, anything like that, unless it's, I guess, maybe her boyfriend or husband. I'm not sure. And then all of a sudden, WWE is now going to have a moral conundrum about women posing in scantily clad outfits. To me, I think the thing with WWE was they want to be making the money when you dress in the scantily clad outfits.
Of course.
This is the funny thing. About WWE for years now is that they keep telling people, well, our pro wrestlers are independent contractors. They're not employees. Well, Oz is an independent contractor here. Once Oz leaves, I can't tell him shit what to do. Like, if I say, hey, Oz, you can't engrave because we got this going on, you'd be like, fuck you, I ain't on the clock.
Right.
I'm going to go do my engraving shit. WWE says, well, our wrestlers are, we don't have to pay them insurance or anything like that because, they're independent contractors. but they can't go work for any other wrestling company off WWE time. They apparently can't get a fan time page or they'll be fired. So I don't really know what kind of leg WWE has to stand on here. And they just made this chick a millionaire. So really, are there any losers in this?
No.
I don't think so. Adam the Man 69 says, well, no, everything WWE does is PG or PG-13. If they show nudity in anything, they release the nips are covered, that kind of thing. You're wrong here, Ron. Well, I'm kind of saying the same thing. They probably, fired her for some kind of morality clause thing. But what I'm saying is their own behavior in recent months and recent years completely clashes with what they're saying about this Mandy Rose thing. Scarface says, how is what Mandy Rose any different than racy pics Trish Stratus used to put out? They would say, well, we've changed since then. We're not more adult-oriented. We're more kiddie-oriented, family-oriented. So this doesn't jive with that. Adam says, you can't have a Mattel action figure showing your pussy on the internet, Aaron. Case closed. Maybe you can't, but wait till you see my new Mattel action figure. A lot of things about me you didn't know. Brittany Martini says, Aaron, can I hire you as my agent? I mean, if you want to, there's only one problem. You're not going to like this. I'm not a Jew. So, I mean, look, I'll throw that out there. You can decide if, that's something you want to you want to pursue or not. That, like I said, that's up to you. So Mandy, however, received an outpouring of support in the aftermath of her firing, with AEW star Saraya offering words of encouragement on social media. Well, yeah, she had Saraya, that's Paige? She had a fucking sex tape come out.
Well, there you go.
So, I mean, obviously, she's going to be on Mandy Rose's side. And by the way, I hope that AEW doesn't pick her up. That's all these, like, competition, these small-time competition to WWE places do. I mean, they honestly just go grab old WWE people and then push the shit out of them. To me, that makes your organization look weak. If you're going, hey, this person that the other guys just cast aside, we're going to make him a big deal here. It's like, well, it's kind of...
Taking the B squad.
Yeah. Mr. Unknown for Real says, Paige and Alberto Del Rio got it on. That's not what the sex tape was, bro. That was not what the sex tape was. The sex tape was Paige and Xavier. Is it Woods? Yeah, Woods. I always confuse Woods and Rhodes. Rhodes is the former NFL corner. Xavier Woods, Consequences Creed, if you will, is the wrestler that, there's a sex tape of him fucking Paige.
He is Wood.
While she was dating someone else. Ugh. Labglass says WWE asked her to stop months ago, and she decided she didn't want to stop. It was more of an amicable split than a firing. Okay, well that helps a little bit. Hey, Saturday is Christmas Eve, and I don't know about you, Oz, but to me, Christmas Eve is the holiday. Christmas Day, everything's pretty much done, right?
Yeah.
Christmas
Day. You open the gifts in the morning. That's about it.
Yeah, like even then, I think the kids and us, like we open the presents on the 24th.
Sure.
We get it all done that way. Everyone does their running around. And then by Christmas Day, it's like we're going to clean up. We're going to get the house taken care of.
Sitting on the couch watching National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Probably back to work tomorrow, the whole deal. Well, I saw a Christmas ad recently that is nothing but wholesome. It should bring a tear to your eye. I challenge you not to cry when you watch this ad for J&B Scotch. Now, it's not going to be in English, so I can't tell you exactly what these people are saying unless it's subtitled. But J&B Scotch released a new Christmas ad, and I think you're going to love it.
Here we go.
I think you're going to like this Christmas ad that J&B put out there. Because remember, we're advertising Scotch whiskey, which is kind of a guy's thing, right?
Yeah.
Scotch whiskey, kind of a dude's thing. So let's watch a real dude Christmas ad that's still going to tug at the heartstrings. J&B Scotch whiskey, take it away. Oh, you got a grandpa. What does grandpa see there, Oz?
Lipstick.
Oh, Grandpa's got some lipstick. Do you see where this is going already?
I already have. Oh, my God.
Locks the door. Uh-oh, what's Grandpa doing? Has he been stepping out on Grandma and sucking dicks at the bingo hall? Oh, boy.
The face I can't forget.
J&B Scotch, when you need to drink away your homosexual shame to hide it from your wife.
He probably had a couple bottles before he started to do that.
Trace of pleasure or regret.
Oh, he's ashamed.
Maybe my treasure or the prize.
How weird is it that in 2022, the shame part of the commercial is when the man comes to his senses and realizes he's being a fucking weirdo?
That's where we're at, though.
Yeah, that's the shameful part of this ad, is the guy's like, oh, let me put some lipstick on. Oh, what am I, fucking insane? Jesus Christ. What am I, God damn, what am I having, some kind
Back in the closet.
Late life crisis? Fuck, put that away. Like, that should be the part of the ad where they're like, you're not yourself when you're hungry, grab a Snickers. And then he eats a Snickers and he stops being a weirdo. In the J&B Scotch commercial, it's the opposite. It's, oh, good, the man is putting lipstick on his face. Oh, wait, he realizes he's a lunatic senior citizen who's slowly slipping into senility. Isn't this sad? Get him a drink.
I have to pay. She may be the song that summer sings. Maybe
oh, he's buying makeup.
That autumn brings. Maybe 100.
And the lady's looking at him all funny because he's a man buying makeup.
For my wife.
It would be great if he does have the makeup sitting there on his desk, but he's also got like J&B Scotch and a handgun. He's just and he's playing spin the bottle. Like, is it going to be the makeup or the pistol? I can't really decide what I'm going to do tonight.
Different things within the measure of a day.
What the hell's going on?
So again, this is a J&B Scotch ad. We're a third of the way through. What we're really seeing here is a man who has tricked some poor old woman into marrying him, living their entire life together, while he's secretly living a lie of wanting to be a woman, but has dragged this other poor innocent creature into living. She has one life to live, and she lives an entire lie because of this piece of shit. But I guess he's brave.
It may be the beauty or the beast. Maybe the famine or the feast may turn each day into a heaven or a hell.
I better stop touching the woman on the bus stop lest that other homeless-looking guy think I'm a gay F-word. J&B Scotch.
She may be the mirror of my dreams.
He's doing his mascara.
A smile reflected in a stream.
Oh, we might get popped for this song. I didn't realize that. Well, I guess I've been playing it for long enough now where. So now he's looking at pictures of his grandson. He's got his poor wife laying in bed, not knowing that her husband of 50 or 60 years is putting on her makeup and dressing like a woman and fantasizing about being a girl. Again, haven't seen a single bottle of J&B Scotch throughout this whole thing.
No.
Oh, he's getting up out of bed so he can scissor his lady. Oh, he's putting makeup on again. Bro, let your complexion breathe a little bit. Let your skin, you're going to wreck your pores doing shit like that. So then there's a young man, 26 years old. The family's all getting together for Christmas. Closet trans grandpa. Grandma who's living a lie and doesn't know it. And the 26-year-old grandson.
I like to watch him sit down at the table putting out with the makeup on.
Oh. So the grandpa is taking the young man into a bathroom and locking the door, which nobody at Christmas apparently thinks this is fucked up.
Right.
But grandpa's going to take the kid, the 26-year-old guy, into the bathroom. Again, can't reiterate enough, J&B Scotch ad. Is it for the family when they see him putting makeup on and they're like, God, it's either hang myself or drink? So grandpa's putting makeup on the 26-year-old boy.
take her laughter and a tear.
Although that is a pretty accurate description of the trans community, which is, let me project my horse shit onto younger people so they can be what I wanted to be. So that, you know what, J&B Scotch, pretty based in that regard. So now look.
The meaning of my life is...
Oh, no. Did he have tears in his eyes?
And now he's Anna, and everyone's crying, and they're so happy. Oh, they give him a big hug. Yeah, Thank you, Grandpa, for turning our 26-year-old son into a girl on Christmas for dinner. At least now none of us will gain weight over the holidays because we won't have an appetite. Pass the J&B Scotch, please.
That'd be the good part, the time to bust it out. Right. Like all have this horrible look on their face, and they go,
yeah. No. He comes out, the mom gives him a hug, but the dad just grabs the bottle.
Right out of the bottle, yeah.
Thank you, Grandpa, for turning our son into a woman. And now we're just going to have a nice Christmas as though nothing happened. I think Grandpa's going to... and then there's Dad drinking. Yeah, good J&B Scotch. That'll burn the pain away. Jeez. J&B blended Scotch whiskey. Boy, talk about not knowing who your customer is.
Blended gender.
Yes. Our whiskey isn't the only thing that's blended. That was rough. I mean, is this are these media? I think these media people are just from New York and Los Angeles. So they don't know that 90% of the country thinks this is fucked up. So they put the ad out there and they go, huh? Right? And then when the rest of us go, what are you, fucking insane? They go, oh, what are you, a transphobe? And we're like, no, look at who's on our side and look who's over with you. It's pretty much 90-10.
This is in that same realm of commercials, like when the little boy, 16, were asking for a tampon.
Right. Yeah. Wasn't it Gillette who did some kind of man-pon commercial?
Oh, my God.
Bumbaclo says, how does that sell whiskey? I don't know. Step 1, put a guy in girl makeup. Step 2, I don't know. Step 3, sell whiskey.
Yep.
Dub says, I will never buy J&B again. That was the trick. You shouldn't be buying J&B Scotch in the first place.
Jameson.
That's Irish whiskey. It's not Scotch. But, if you want...
No, it's a preferred drink, though.
If you want Scotch, you gotta go up a few levels from J&B. You don't go J&B Scotch is the perfect Scotch for what just happened there, but not for the reason that commercial is telling you. That's all. Adam goes, J&B whiskey, easier whiskey to groom children with. Rusty Grammar says 90-10, try 98.9 to 1.1. Look, I would lean that way too. I was trying to be as generous as possible. Roland of Gilead says, honestly, I don't really care. It's just a fucking commercial. Yeah, I think that's why we were showing it to you and we were making fun of it. I'm not saying that I'm sitting here fucking saving the country. God, I love it when you do a story like that and everyone's having fun. We're making jokes. And then one person goes, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. Right. As I pitched it as the fall of America. God, just either have some fun or let that one go, buddy. You don't have to, people who have to make these big aggrandizing statements about I believe that I'm above this sort of thing. Okay, fine. How do you want me to respond to that? Liquid Chicken says, yeah, it's trendy to distort reality for your impressionable children. Come on, Grinch. Citizen M says, but when I come out of the bathroom in clown makeup, my family involuntarily detains me for a psych eval. Fuck this shit. Well, obviously, they didn't have enough J&B whiskey. Don't Hate says, J&B whiskey, it's not a celebration. It's a punishment. For when your life goes to shit and your dreams of your son carrying on your family names goes up in flames, turn to J&B Scotch to help ease that pain. J&B Scotch, helping the disappointment go down smoother. John Zatera says, I think the worst part of that commercial was that it was for J&B Scotch. I mean, look, it's like a highlights magazine page. Find what's wrong with this picture. Take your pick, I think. Oh, there you go. Now, are you going to head to the liquor store right after the show today?
Yeah, get some J&B so I can put on some makeup.
Yeah, dance around, tuck your dick. Jeez. The classics.
I'd F me.
I'd fuck me hard. J&B Scotch. For when you have a senator's daughter in a well and want to tuck your dick and dance like a lady in lampshade skin.
That makes more sense.
Turn to J&B Scotch, the official scotch of Buffalo Bill. All right, let's go to the Willie Mcginest story. Willie Mcginest, if you're a football fan, he was a pretty big deal in like the early 90s to mid 2000s. He was on some of those, early 2000s New England Patriots championship teams. Very good linebacker / pass rusher. But apparently he's gotten a little restless in retirement. Let me look something up. Okay, there we go. All right. So apparently Willie Mcginest was at a nightclub over the weekend, and something happened with some guy. I don't know if somebody disrespected him. I don't know if he stepped on his shoes. I really don't know what the hell the deal was. Looked at him the wrong way. But there was an altercation December 9th at Delilah in West Hollywood, where Willie Mcginest, and again, we'll watch the video here. I won't tell you exactly what happened, but I'm trying to figure out just what the hell this guy did. And it doesn't say in the story. Okay, so it doesn't say what this guy did to deserve what we're about to watch on this video. But Willie Mcginest, 51-year-old NFL Pro Bowler, decided to walk into Delilah in West Hollywood. And, well, here you go. There's no sound, by the way, so don't freak out or anything. We're not missing the sound. So there's Willie. Now let's take a look at this guy.
Oh,
hey, can I come sit with you? No, man, the seat's full. Oh, fuck you. And now 3 guys. First of all, having one 51-year-old football player kick the shit out of you, that's bad enough.
Yeah.
You're going to lose that fight. But to have 2 other guys now jump in and make damn sure that you lose, and all because you went to a nice place to have a good meal, and Willie Mcginest shows up and just beats the ever-loving shit out of you in front of God and everybody. And they're really giving it to this guy. Like they're hammering away, body, head. Now that guy comes in from behind, and and there's
feel that in the morning.
Yeah, there's Willie. He wants to get in there, but his boys are too busy kicking the shit out of him. Now we're gonna tip over what had to be hundreds of dollars worth of food and drinks on that table at least. I really have to know what this guy did. Like I'm not saying he deserved the beating he got, but I need to know what caused this, because you don't just walk up to a guy in a booth at a $300 a plate restaurant and just start gang beating the shit out of him. I mean, if it happened at a McDonald's, I'd be like, oh, somebody probably scuffed the other one's sneakers or said something about their mother. But to be dragged out of a nice restaurant and have the shit beat out of you, you had to do something, right?
Yeah. There's some provoking.
Oh, man. And there's still, like, nobody's in there breaking it up. And, a restaurant is not qualified. Like, they don't have anybody working at a restaurant that can break something like this up.
Versus a nightclub.
Yeah. Oh, this guy. Here's something I don't understand. The belt on the pants. What is the belt doing if the pants are still down here?
Yeah.
What's the belt accomplishing? And they still want a piece of this guy. Like, they don't want to stop throwing punches at him. There's Willie Mcginest. They finally got someone from the restaurant in there. And that guy, you know what? Kudos to that guy for still standing. Like, he's still up. Oh, no. No, dude. Why don't we go ice everything and just go sleep this one off?
Ice bath.
Yeah. I mean, I can respect you trying to still be a man and stand up and be like, yeah, you pussies jumped me, but I'll fuck you up. you're not in the condition to make that challenge. I do love that one guy decided to throw a napkin at the end. Like this guy's like, yeah, you just punched him in the face 80 times. He's clearly marked up and he's in rough shape. And you're like, oh, yeah? Ugh.
He's throwing in a towel.
Right here. He's like, yeah, fuck you guys. And this guy here, oh, he chucked a napkin at him. All right, now it's back on again. Wouldn't it be funny if everybody in the restaurant now charges at the guy who threw the napkin? And be like, we don't do that shit here at Delilah, you monkey fuck. So he's got to wipe the blood off his face. He's a pro. And he's still talking shit. I'm surprised he's still standing because they got some good shots in, both up top and to his body.
He's probably leaking.
Yeah. Oh, is that the end? Is that the freeze? Nope, he's still, got to make sure that blood's getting off the face. Get him some ice. That's going to feel good. A few ice cubes just right against your eye and nose. That's going to feel real nice. Yeah, a restaurant like that is not used to that kind of shit going on. This isn't an Applebee's where you can get jumped at any time. And it doesn't say in the article what this guy did to set Willie Mcginest off. But he just came in there. 51 years old. Willie's got to have millions of dollars in the bank. So it had to be something pretty bad if this guy decided that he's going to go beat the living shit out of him.
Well, there's a little bit of a lawsuit.
A little bit worse than that. If there's not legal charges coming out of that, I don't know what is. Electric Shoes says new money behavior. It's not even new money behavior. It's just a guy walking in, beating the shit out of a guy in a restaurant. All right, I'll move on. O.J. Simpson recently did the Full Send podcast, which I don't want to do the thing where, I don't know who they are. I think I've heard of them before, but I don't know what they do. I don't know if it's a sports podcast or whatever, but it's got 2 million views. It certainly doesn't need me. That's for sure. But as far as OJ goes, he went on this show. They talked about a variety of topics, and I actually have to give this guy quite a bit of credit. He asked OJ the direct fucking questions you got to have balls to ask OJ.
Okay.
Questions on this podcast. So we got the juice, baby. Hey, hey, well, man, it's great to be on your podcast. You're not going to ask me about murder, are you? Because I tell you what, I did not stab that bitch for the 90th time. I figure if I say it that much, you guys are going to start believing me before I die.
Yeah. But if I were to do it, this is how I would do it.
What if that's what OJ's doing? He's like, look, I'm not getting any younger. I got to get as much on-camera propaganda out there before I die, and you guys get to create the narrative. So this is O.J. Simpson talking about Nicole and Ron. What people call the O.J. murders, even though, as you know, guys, he was acquitted. This is O.J. on the Full Send podcast. Let's check it out.
Hey, that's where it goes.
Are you upset that the killer of Ron and Nicole was never found?
Right now, I'm not going to discuss any of that. All right?
When do you want to?
Never.
Look, I'm having a weird day, all right? My car broke down. By the way, did you see they brought the Bronco back? I'm thinking of getting one. They look nice. But I don't feel like talking about that today. I had a burrito for breakfast. It didn't agree with me. I don't feel very good. So I'm not going to talk about that time that my ex-wife and her lover got their heads nearly cut off in what seemed to be a crime of passion because I had nothing to do with it. By the way, is OJ pounding beers here during this podcast?
I know what Happy Dad is.
Jesus, OJ.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty obvious question. But I'm not getting in that. I'm not going there. Yeah.
Okay. You don't think that they're still out there?
I'm not going there. Right?
All right, all good.
Yeah.
That guy is fucking scared. I gotta go back. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
That guy's like,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Don't stab me.
Look, sounds good. You don't have any cutleries on you now, do you?
Yeah.
You're not going to carve my eyeball out with a fucking olive fork, are you?
Yeah. We cool.
No, we're cool. I won't even ask about it. In fact, if any of you do have information on who may have killed Nicole Brown, Simpson, and Ron Goldman, you should absolutely call the authorities. And I can tell you this much, certainly not OJ. Well, welcome to the show, Juice.
You don't think that they're still out there?
I'm not going there. Right?
All right, all good.
All right, all good.
Bringing up some painful memories, are we?
Don't worry, I'm not going to bring it up anymore. Just as you can see, we have lunch coming. Plastic cutlery, of course. Not risking anything.
Yeah.
I think we're good, right?
We're good, yeah. OJ, thank you so much, man.
Thank you guys, man.
Thank you.
Hey, I want to talk about
the end of that.
I want to talk about whether or not you murdered your ex-wife. You can go fuck yourself. All right, OJ, thanks for coming by. We'll talk to you some other time.
Only reason he came, they told us 10 times, do not ask anything about the trial. And usually if someone does that, we're like, yeah, we won't ask it. Like, we're always like respectful. It was pretty intimidating. I don't know if he had anything in his pockets. We were set up over there, and I was like, yo, I'm waiting.
Oh, so they did it for a quick, clout chase view count thing. I never understood that. I never understood why guys with, 2 million views want to do, a fake tough guy, I won't do what you tell me thing just for a few clicks. I understand why a channel our size or 10, 20,000 subs, I understand why you do that. To get your show out there because you think it's really good. That's what we do. We do clips, and if it's about really noteworthy people that get a lot of clicks, we'll throw it up on our channel because it'll catch a new audience, and they'll come subscribe and watch the regular show. But, if you're these full send guys, you got 2 million subs. You don't need to do gimmicky horse shit. You don't need to be
You've already made it.
Yeah, his people, I hate that. I hate it when people go, yeah, his people told us not to ask him about it, but we asked him anyway. Well, that doesn't make you a big badass rebel.
Based.
Yeah, that just means you're a liar. That just means that OJ's people said, hey, you're not going to ask him about the murder, are you? And you went, no, absolutely not. We would never do that. And then you sneak it in with 2 minutes left in the interview.
Now you can guarantee he'll never be on your podcast again.
Right. And you're going to get the clicks out of it. You'll get what you want, but
too close to him straight.
Kind of dishonest.
That's the kind of guy I am. Is I would have taken a stabbing or a shot to get that question out.
No, you wouldn't. Stop it. You never thought for a minute that OJ was going to shoot or stab you if you asked that question. If you had honestly, you wouldn't bring some guy with a criminal record from the streets onto your podcast and ask him something that he told you not to ask him about 20 times. You wouldn't do that. A guy who's known to react with a hair trigger the minute he's, incited against. So stop. It's easy to say that around OJ because he's not going to stab you or do anything. Oh, yeah, I'm totally willing to get stabbed by OJ to ask that question. Stop it. We're all talking into microphones. You're not a big, bad, tough guy who's willing to get stabbed for this shit. Stop it.
Company, so shout out, full send. No, I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna ask some shit and then I got scared because it's intimidating, bro. Yo, bro, did you commit this murder or not? It's hard to
What do you think he's going to say? Jeez. Do you think that the Full Send podcast is going to be like Mustafa from Austin Powers, where you're going to ask OJ that one time where he goes, can't stand being asked that question that many times. Yeah, you know what? I killed them both and I tried to cover it up, and I can't believe how stupid that jury was to let me go.
And the thing is, on his deathbed, he could do that, and there's nothing they can do about it because of double jeopardy.
He could do it right now.
Yeah.
And there's nothing they can do about it.
Ask that. How'd you feel asking that?
It was pretty nervous, but I just felt bad because we did tell the one guy that we weren't going to ask it, but...
Nah, fuck it. That's why you're here, bro.
It was the first time we fucking broke
Yeah, that's right, bro. That's why we're here. We're badass rebels. We act like bitches up front and say we're not going to do something, and then we try to sneak it in at the end. We're hardcore, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Whatever journalistic integrity we have or anything, but it is what it is.
It was a good interview either way. You should watch the whole fucking thing because it is pretty interesting.
At the end of the day, no one else is getting OJ right now, so you got to do what you got to do to get him on, and I was pretty insane that how the fuck did we get OJ Simpson, bro?
First, you have 2 million subscribers, and he wanted to talk to your audience. I mean, that's if we get OJ, you can ask that question.
Sure.
You can be like, hey, man, I don't know how we got OJ. I don't know how the fuck we wrangled that one. But if you have 2 million views and you're a popular podcast on YouTube, you can't be like, oh, man, I don't know how we got OJ. What do you mean you don't know?
First podcast or show he's done since he got out from his 9 years in fucking jail. First time.
Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah.
The biggest mystery. There's two mysteries, but the biggest one is: are you Khloe Kardashian's dad? I've moved on from the other thing.
Well, they asked that one. We'll watch that clip here in just a second. I've never listened to these guys acting. There we go. Now it's back on. All right, we are fine. Yeah, we just had a little OBS blip for just a second. Everyone take her easy. But so then I guess they had OJ on for about 2 hours. And they asked him about a couple of other things, including Khloe Kardashian, because Khloe Kardashian, there's been this rumor for years now that OJ is Khloe's dad. Now, I've always heard that Bruce is Khloe's dad, and that was kind of the affair or whatever. But I guess some people thought that, it could be OJ's. I don't know. I don't think she has the complexion for it. I don't think that she's, I don't think that was actually a thing. But I guess the guys on this Full Send podcast decided to ask OJ about it. And I don't know. Maybe these guys will redeem themselves in my eyes. Not that they need to with this question here. But so far, I find these guys to be really douchey. I find them to be really unremarkable guys who are trying to be remarkable by just like forcing the issue on shit. Like they don't have much of a character, so they're trying to invent one for themselves.
How'd she look back then?
Well, see, I don't, you people have their types, right? I always thought Chris was a cute girl. She was really nice. But I was dating.
So
OJ's like, look, he's trying to let Kris Jenner down easy. He's like, look, she was all right, but I was neck deep in white model pussy, motherfucker. Yeah. You think I'm gonna come in here and go slumming with Kris Kardashian? I was fucking 9s and 10s on the tables of restaurants, bitch. I'm the juice. I had the Heisman Trophy. I ran for 2,000 yards. I was fucking white models left and right. I didn't have time for no part Albanian bitch or whatever the fuck she is.
Models.
You know the rumor.
Yeah, but the rumor ain't true. It's not even nowhere close to being true. No, it's just that I've never been attracted to her, and I never suspected she was ever attracted to me. So,
however, I do believe that Sprinter husband she had definitely wanted to chop his dick off. That's something I knew from Jump Street. That guy just looked like a guy at war with his own dick. And to be fair, if I was fucking Kris Jenner, I'd want to cut my dick off for what it done as well. But then again, I'm the juice. Bruce Jenner and I could have went out. We could have fucked models all day long. But he wanted to go and plug that homely broad, then make all those Kardashian babies.
That was never a case.
Because some people think like you might be Khloe Kardashian's real dad.
No, I'm not.
Because like Kim's like 5'5", Kourtney's like 5'3", and then Khloe's like 6 foot.
So these Full Send guys are basically what they're trying to say is, without getting stabbed by OJ, is, look, the other Kardashian girls are really hot, but this one's a fucking monster. Do you think the monster's yours, OJ?
Yeah.
I don't create monsters. I am a monster.
The family say something about a cook or something, but I don't know. I can't say. I know.
Not only is OJ denying he's the father, but he's also not giving Robert Kardashian credit either. He's like, I heard it was a cook or something. I'm just trying to get the heat off myself. That's all I'm doing. He turns into the SNL sketch as Tim Robbins, where he goes, N-word. Who said the N-word? Oh, man, I can't believe y'all would say something like that on this show. You should be canceled.
I have no
There's a video of Khloe that just came out. She throws a football 40 yards.
Oh,
you seen that?
She's doing it further than I can.
No, I'm just kidding. She didn't do that.
Yeah.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't terrible. I don't get, but I will say this. That is a show that I really don't understand I don't understand the appeal of a show like that. I guess, you know what, though? That is what sports is becoming. I mean, I don't know if they're sports guys or not, but sports is kind of becoming dorks. It's not really guys gambling and being degenerates and drinking anymore. It's like nerds. And look, I play fantasy football, but it's like dorks more obsessed with their fantasy team than their home
Sure.
team. And, you look at Barstool Sports, that's a lot of like fake dudes. A lot of, as Jesse Lee Peterson would call them.
Beta male.
I think sports is really kind of being taken over. It's going to the dorks, I think. Angelica's doll says, never understood why people call her a monster. Oh, because when she talks, she goes, just kidding. She's gorgeous compared to any regular women I encounter every day. Well, look, when you put Chloe up next to her sisters, she looks a little linebacker-ish, shall we say. Jack Zim says Pops Goldman could have killed him and gotten a light sentence. I would have if it were my son. Jesus. Riz Digga says this is the result of removing bullying from growing up. Boston Bob says, dude, you never heard of FanDuel? Heard of FanDuel. Mr. St. Caesar says MJF made Barstool Sports look like a bunch of children. Put them in their place. Did he really? I would love to see that. Was this recently? MJF Barstool Sports. That would be awesome because I kind of feel like Barstool is one of those places that kind of helped turn sports into dorky guys because like it made nerdy guys look like they have an edge, which not the case. Not at all. Let's watch one more clip of OJ. Somebody, I guess TMZ ran into him and asked him about, again, Khloe Kardashian and her being pregnant.
Congratulations in order?
For what?
We hear Khloe finally announced that she's pregnant.
Well, for Bob, God bless.
That's hilarious. If we were in a back alley, I'd stab you with the sharp end of a tire iron. Oh, man, you really got the juice on that one. Oh, you said something very offensive to me in a public place. Oh, man, you are clever than you think. Oh, man, I tell you what, if you would have done this out by a dumpster, I'd have choked you to death with my dick. Oh, but here you are telling me that shit right in front of a couple of white girls. Oh, Lord knows I can't do anything violent in front of white people. Oh, they already think I'm a murderer. Oh, that's really something, man. So you're saying congratulations because Khloe's pregnant? You want to walk down the street with me? I didn't think so. You don't want to take a walk with the juice? Oh, man.
So, yeah. But really? I don't know for me. I don't think for me. I have nothing to do with it. Khloe and the girls were all terrific girls when they were growing up, nice and terrific. I think today there's...
But let's be honest. Robert was the looks of that family. I mean, Chris was homely as dog shit. So the juice wouldn't be caught dead, squeezing that orange, if you will. So, no thank you.
Feel nice and terrific, except they've kind of added sex appeal to their resume. I'm happy for them. Congratulations to her. But trust me, I have nothing to do with it. I would be proud if I had anything to do with it, but I don't.
That's right. If I buried my dick deep in Kris Jenner without Bruce knowing, I would brag about it. I would talk about it, but I didn't. So there you have it. There are ways to say that you're not someone's father that's not insulting their mother and basically calling them, homely and ugly. There's a way to do that.
It's not him, though.
D. Gulag says Chad is live and unhinged. Yeah, I know. He's kind of falling apart. How many people are watching? We're not going to go snipe the thing. I mean, it's probably him just saying the same shit over and over. I mean, I think this has pretty much been a knockout victory for us. But I just like to keep an eye on how bad he's failing from time to time. So, D. Gulag, if you have a number for us on how many people are watching it, I would love to hear that number. Over or under 15? Ristica goes, you back down pretty quick, to be honest. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to watch everything he says and just turn it into the Chad show? I'm not going to do that. We beat the shit out of the guy. He lost his mind. We just fucked on him yesterday. What do you mean back down? Like, Riz, I don't think you're even a fan of this show anymore, to be honest. Like, I think you're just kind of a shit troll at this point. But I don't know how many times I have to, like a guy like Riz Digga is not very bright. I stomp a guy's head in day after day. And when you go, look, I don't want to watch a guy bore the shit out of my audience like Opie, like Chad, while he's got 15 people watching. And Riz Digga's like, you're backing down, aren't you? Riz, look, if that's the W you need, buddy, then yeah, I'm backing down. Meanwhile, just stomped him again yesterday. People are saying 14, 13, 15. Yeah, D. Gulag says he's too boring after a while. That's exactly it. Riz Digga says, lol, yeah, you are kind of a lol cow at this point. I'm kind of laughing at you too, buddy. I mean, I think you'll rediscover your fandom one day and you'll stop trying to be a gimmick and you'll be like a real person. But as for right now, I don't know. You might be even more boring at this point. You and Chad need to get on a show and fuck or fight. I don't think so. I think basically this one's been decided. Like, we kicked the shit out of this guy and crushed him, and we've made him what he is now. I really don't think you guys understand. Well, most of you do. Like 99% of people on the internet understand what an awesome killing this has been on our part. But, some of you, I think, just want to keep it going because it entertains you. I don't think you're actually being honest. J-Dub says, and I think that's what annoys people like Riz, is that I don't fall for that kind of shit.
Sure.
Like, he's like, I think you back down. Okay, then I back down. I think it's been a pretty big knockout victory for me. No, come on. I wanted you to actually do what I wanted you to do. I don't play it that way, buddy. I just don't play it that way. See how it already bores people? Sorry, Riz. You tried. You failed. You'll probably try again. But I think you're outmatched on this one, pal. All right. He says, that's how I really sound, too. I mean, no, I'm probably being a little too respectful for what you are. But, yeah, Balls Deep says he's that sick, wounded wildebeest trying to cross the Nile. Exactly. M. Pitt says this reminds me of high school. Brittany says enough. See, I'm agreeing with these people. I mean, at some point, you just have to turn off the supply and you have to go, look, we won. I mean, and at some point when you win, you just have to walk. At this point, it would be like being goaded by the Black Knight in Monty Python. Uh-huh. You've cut off all his arms. You cut off all his legs.
There's nothing left.
You just got to walk away and let him shout into the darkness. J-Dub says, can Riz be rehabilitated? I don't think so. I think he's gotten too deep and dark into the internet. And he's just kind of an internet guy now, and he's kind of lost what it means to be a person. It's too bad because, Riz has been around for a while, and I think Riz has just kind of gotten lost in whatever gimmick he tried to create. That's too bad. Yeah, most people are saying it's boring at this point, and I would agree with them. All right, chalk another victory up to Steel Toe. I mean, what? Opie, the homeless guy in Florida. The only one we've lost to is Right On.
Yeah.
We did lose to Bobby and Kel at Right On. They handled it perfectly. All right, here we go. Family of alligators found in East Side Detroit home after eviction.
As you do.
Yeah. Let's go to this story.
Well, it's Detroit. So.
Yeah, Killer Beehive says sometimes you got to starve the cow, and that's exactly what we're doing. Norman Beige says stop being cringe. Oh, stop, Norman. See, you guys, look, you guys got to stop trying so hard. That's the worst part, is you guys are giving it all this effort for nothing. It's brutal to watch, man. All right, let's fire off this story, and we'll starve the cows and claim our victory and take our banners.
Well, guys, the good news is no one was hurt, and Animal Control was able to safely remove those alligators from the house.
Look at that. So this is, by the way, an eviction. So these people are being kicked out of the house. They haven't paid their rent. They haven't paid their mortgage, whatever it is. However, no money for mortgage, no money for rent. But you can have a family of alligators as pets.
They can't be
in your
cheap.
home. Right. You can feed the alligators, which also can't be cheap, but you can't pay your rent or your mortgage. And then people go like, oh,
priorities.
Man, these poor people experiencing homelessness. I guarantee there's a lot more homeless people who did shit like this than homeless people who just by accident became homeless one day.
Yep. Animal care and control officers fight to get control of an alligator.
Yeah, you want to flip them over and see?
It was found inside a home on Detroit's east side during an eviction. Court officers called animal...
That, by the way, I believe that's how you take care of an alligator. Like, that's how they would do it at a big zoo. Keep them in a little kiddie pool from Walmart.
Sure. They love that.
Yeah.
It's like their natural habitat.
Right. It's just, it reminds them of home. You know, all that polyurethane, that plastic, all that shit. That's
all 4 feet of it.
Yeah. The dock carpeting that you've got them on. You know, it reminds them of home.
Yeah. Control for backup when they found it along with 3 baby alligators inside this tank. Neighbors were taken aback.
Oh, they've got little tiny ones. You couldn't pay your rent, but you were breeding alligators. Look, the priorities of some people, I guess I'll just never know.
Sure.
You ever seen anything like this before?
No, not at all. Not never. Nope.
Keeping alligators as pets.
You know what?
I'm glad they got that interview.
Glad they got that guy. I would not have had the proper context for this story had that guy not been brought on to be interviewed.
Yep.
Oh, man, that's crazy. No. No. All right. Thank you very much. Back to you in the studio, Stacey.
Apparently illegal in Detroit. It's unclear if the tenant was aware of that.
A lot of times.
Yeah, I'm sure the tenant really cared. The person who hadn't paid their rent in 6 months. Also, we're not sure if they knew that keeping an alligator in their apartment is legal. I have a feeling that this person's idea of right,
skewed.
Yeah, of right and wrong. I don't really know if that was a big priority to them.
Sometimes, people can obtain an alligator without knowing the proper laws.
Javon Stacks, a federally licensed exhibitor and owner of one exotic zoo, says alligators can be dangerous even if they're young.
Thanks.
They need a certain amount of space in the proper environment.
Oh, you mean those things that developed out of dinosaurs and have razor-sharp teeth even at birth? Yeah.
Turns out they can be dangerous. Who knew?
Turns out even when they're smaller, they can still bite your cock off.
Environment to thrive. Even so, this one seemed to be in good shape.
An alligator that's not fed a proper diet, the entire snout and the mouth will be deformed. It looks like whoever had this alligator, they were taking care of it. If you did not even have proper filtration, which means if the water was not clean enough, the alligator would have sores over his body.
But they had a kiddie pool. They had the kiddie pool water in there. I mean,
not the rent, though.
Yeah, didn't have the rent money.
So whoever had this alligator was definitely taking care of it.
DPD says court officers called them for backup because the tenant was irate. He took off before they arrived. Police caught up with him soon after, but say the man fled on foot and was then whisked away by someone in a car. Says while some pet shops sell alligators, the buyer should beware. So what happens to those alligators?
Look, if you decide to buy an alligator, I don't really give a shit what happens to you. I feel like you should probably know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah. What's your other hobby? Pet sharks.
Yeah. I got a shark tank in the basement. I've got the alligators upstairs. Did you know the rent's due today? Oh, fresh out of cash.
Don't worry. They only bite if you touch the private pets.
Could you maybe sell one of the gators and maybe you could keep the house? Like, no, I'm not going to sell my babies.
Alligators now, while Animal Care and Control has the power to sell, transfer, or even euthanize those alligators, but I'm told they will likely hand them over to a licensed animal keeper that specializes in reptiles.
How nice is that? Like, if you get like if you're a pet store guy and the cops just go, hey, we confiscated some alligators from this guy's house. And the alligator goes, or the pet store owner goes, so wait, you're just going to give me a fucking alligator and I can sell it? Like 100% profit? Nice.
Yep.
Muted Growl says they eat like once a month. Do they really?
I don't know. I know nothing about them.
I thought that was snakes. I thought that snakes were the ones that they would eat a big meal and then they just lay there.
I just know
I
saw enough of them in Florida. I kept my distance.
Yeah. Scotty Faye says this story is called Tuesday on the East Side of Detroit. I love how they're like, they didn't know if it was they didn't know if it was what was it, illegal in Detroit. Yeah, Detroit, that normal alligator habitat. Yeah, they had no idea that alligators didn't belong there. Oh. My favorite are the people who buy chimpanzees and end up getting their faces ripped off. Yeah, I do. I like that too. I like that the people who buy like chimps and other kinds of monkeys, they see them on movies and they're like, oh, they're so adorable. No, chimpanzees will rip your fucking head off.
Same people that think polar bears are adorable.
Yeah.
You ever seen a polar bear when it's all blood-stained?
It's not as cute.
No.
Speaking
of that.
Yeah?
Have you seen the trailer for Cocaine Bear?
Yeah, we watched it on the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
It's based on a true story, by the way. Like that really
I didn't
happened.
know that. It looks like Zombievers.
Yeah, some cocaine. I guess I don't know if it fell out of a plane or like somebody was trafficking.
And then a bear
it,
got a hold of
it,
ate like a whole bunch of it.
Yeah, a bear got a bunch of blow and then
went on a tirade.
Went on a rampage. Yeah. Mark Stevens says chimps got it right. Eyeballs are delicious. I think chimps. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if I've listened to enough Joe Rogan, but I should know about chimps. I think they go for your calf muscle first.
Ugh.
I think they go calf, correct me if I'm wrong, calf, balls, face.
Jeez.
I think that's what they go after. I could be wrong. Muted Growl says, as a Floridian, someone buying a gator is ludicrous. They are like cockroaches here. Right, just go grab one out of the Everglades if you're that ballsy. Oh, no, people are telling me it's genitals first.
Jeez.
With the chimps. I always thought it was calves first with chimpanzees. But yeah, if you want to get a chimpanzee because you think they're cute, you're going to be very, very sorely disappointed. Mm-hmm. It's going to be pretty bad for you. Now the kids are bugging me in April. They want, we opened the floodgates by buying Gordy, by getting a Chihuahua. Now they want a miniature Italian Greyhound.
Oh, boy.
And here's the problem. I kind of dig the way they look.
Yeah.
You ever seen a miniature Italian Greyhound?
I don't think so.
They're kind of cute dogs. They look like a lot of fun too. Like they can really motor. But I feel like we should have more room
here. They look like the race dogs.
Yeah, they're just little miniature Greyhounds. Fucking love one of these dogs. They're adorable. I mean, this one looks kind of gay. I will give you that. That's a gay looking dog. But that one's got some shit cooking up here. That one's planning something. Yeah. Look at that one. He's all terrified. His ears are all pinned back. I don't know if it would get along well with the Chihuahua or what, but I think I would like one of those. D Gulag says they look AIDSy. Okay. Well, I hope they don't have it. Bumbaclo says excellent Italian Greyhounds. B Joggin says mini Greyhounds have health problems. Raz simply says
beta.
Yes. They look fast and cute. He's going to shit in your house. They're nearly untrainable. Okay. April says the mini one would be okay with Gordy, I bet. Hulkamash Baby says Aaron has a size complex. Small wife, miniature dog. Another mini Greyhound. Look, I'm 6'4", 6'3 and a half, 220 pounds. I'm big all day. I don't want other big things. I want manageable things. Gay-looking dog. Is Aaron contemplating another dog? Look, I don't know if I would get another dog. I'm not sure if I would actually pull the trigger on that. I just know that when the kids start harping on something, and then if April's not against it, my willpower is not that strong. So, I don't know. Look, I'll go like 75-25. It's not going to happen. How's that? They're saying screw dogs, get a gator. Yeah, why don't we just go the whole way? God, the fucking gator would eat Gordy and he wouldn't even know he ate him. It would just be down, like swallow him whole. Wouldn't even chew him. April says, I'd rather have a big dog, to be honest. Here's my problem with big dogs. They take up too much room, and I can't, if they're playing or whatever and they're annoying me or bothering me, it's harder to stop them. Like, the thing I like about Chihuahuas is you can basically just face palm them and go, and they play around and they mess around. And then when you're done with them, you just pick them up and you hold them up like that and you go, all right, we're done now. Can't do that with a lab. I'm not a lab guy. First of all, bigger the dog, the bigger the shed. Fuck that noise. They smell worse. Bigger dogs smell worse. I don't like the smell. And like April can attest to this. April's parents have 2 labs, and their house smells like lab now. because that, like, if that dog comes in and just stays in for a couple hours, you ain't getting that lab smell out of there. And what do you want to do? You want to throw a lab in a bathtub? Fuck that, you got to take him outside and like spray him down with the hose. So what are you supposed to do in the wintertime? Don't like it. Now I'm anti-lab guy, so now I'm going to catch some shit. Big dog equals big shit. Yeah, that's another thing. The big shits. No, thank you. Meat Drape says, bigger the dog, bigger the shit. Yeah, there you go. John Hahn says it's called indoor dog, then they don't smell. Quit chaining your dog in the lawn. This sounds like you don't like dogs. I love dogs. They're fantastic. What do you mean? I don't love it. I have a Chihuahua. That's a real dog right there. Min Pins have much better disposition than Chihuahuas. Very trainable, almost no shedding. I like miniature pinchers. I do. But I am kind of a Chihuahua guy. I will admit. Oh, guys, we've got our comedy show coming up. Saturday, January 21st at Partners Pub in Sartell. The tickets are pinned to the top of the page. You see that thing pinned to the top of the chat there? That is the link to get your tickets.
Where's Partners?
In Sartell. Partners Pub in Sartell, January 21st. Get your tickets right there, eventbrite.com. $15 a pop. This will sell out. If you are a VIP and you want to claim your 2 free tickets, please get a hold of April. Just let her know. Just say, hey, I'm checking in. I'd like 2 tickets for the January 21st show. And do that as quickly as you know you're going so we know how many, we know how many tickets to put up on sale versus how many we're doing VIP for. The whole thing. There's the link in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. Rick says, this is bad. Where's hot girl with bad tat? Well, I'm sorry. I tell you what, Rick, I'm going to do the best show I can for you today. Oz is going to try his best, and hopefully we give you something good. I hope you're enjoying the show thus far. If you are, please hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. We are trying to go on a run where we get to 7,500 by the end of the year. I don't know if that's going to happen, but we've cleared every other goal that we've had for subscribers. So I'm trying to find a way to find a number that isn't too easy to hit, but also provides a little bit of a challenge. And I think 7,500 is a good one. We're about 350 away from it at this point. So subscribe to the channel. Like the channel, like the video. That would be great. I'm sorry. I lost track of... Union Jack says 10,000 by the end of the year. Oh, boy, I wish. I wish we could get to 10K by the end of the year. The jury came in on the Harvey Weinstein trial.
Well, that was going on for a long time, right?
Yeah, he kept showing up like in wheelchairs and neck braces, and I don't feel good, and... I'm just this...
prolonging the inevitable.
Yeah, I'm just this withered old man. I'm very vulnerable. We can't keep this thing going because I'm in such bad shape. Funny, he wasn't pulling any back muscles or wrecking his neck when he was fucking young actresses against their will.
Good point.
So, it was only after he got caught finger popping broads in exchange for movie roles against their will that all of a sudden he's, my neck hurt. Oh, my back hurts. It's usually once old men start fucking that they hurt their back and they hurt their neck and everything else.
Right.
It's not after they stop fucking the young girls. So what a weird coincidence. I can't believe Mr. Weinstein would engage in such manipulative behavior. Oh, weird. The verdict was just read in Los Angeles yesterday. They found Harvey Weinstein guilty on 3 of the 7 charges. Now, that's interesting because that means he got acquitted on more charges than he was actually convicted of, but hopefully they got him on the big ones.
Is there a statute of limitations in some of this stuff, too?
Some of it, yeah, but I think that's why there's only 7 charges and not 507.
Right.
The verdict was read in Los Angeles. A jury found Weinstein guilty of all charges related to Jane Doe number 1, forcible rape, forcible oral copulation, and sexual penetration by a foreign object. The jury was hung on the counts related to Jane Doe's 2 and 4, which were sexual battery by restraint, forcible oral copulation, and forcible rape. He was found not guilty of a sexual battery by restraint charge from Jane Doe 3. As you know, the disgraced film producer was originally facing 11 charges, but 4 of the charges connected to one of the unknown accusers were dropped as the trial was underway. So he's going away for quite some time. I mean, he's a really old man. So, and I think he's I think he's already in jail, actually. Oh yeah, here you go. Weinstein is already serving a 23-year sentence for a conviction in New York. So this is just going to make sure that he stays put and he's never getting out again. He's old though, man. Whether it's Cosby or Weinstein or any of these guys, they all end up like getting to have their fun and do their dirty, awful shit. And then only after they're old and gray and, almost out of the game do we finally catch them.
Yeah.
And then throw them in jail. So it looks like Harvey Weinstein will
bye-bye.
Will not be getting out of jail anytime soon. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, Stoney's Bar in Rockville with a awesome selection of beer and liquor, but also those world-famous Bloody Marys. Head there on Christmas Eve day if you'd like to. The Vikings play at noon. It's a great place to watch the game. TVs all over the bar in every direction. You're going to find a great seat for the Vikings game at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. They also have live bands every single weekend, so it's great entertainment at Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. And, of course, with the weather being dog shit, and if you're in central Minnesota, where we do this show out of, our friends at All Care Towing are the absolute best when it comes to getting there quickly, getting your car where it needs to be, and getting you where you need to go. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you'd like to chip into the program, we have knocked out our goal for the week. We are working on next week's goal at the moment. And, after April's birthday today, the birthday show tonight, I should have a good idea of where we are for next week. I think we're probably $50 to $100 into Monday, if my math is right. Well, here's a nice little local story for the people in Minnesota. Our St. Cloud City Council here, or the Waite Park City Council, I should say, one of the small little orbiting towns.
Yeah.
They voted yesterday to deny the Coratel Inn's suite, or Coratel Inn and Suites license renewal. So they do not have a license to operate a hotel anymore in Waite Park. That's the old Asteria Inn.
Oh, that's why.
So
there's a lot of sketch stuff going on there.
Yeah, if you don't know about this hotel, it was basically Hooker Haven in Waite Park. There's a couple of motels right off the highway in St. Cloud where, like the one by LGS Electronics and stuff right off Highway 10, where it's a pretty poorly kept secret that they've got hookers there.
Yeah.
And that's where you go if you want to, bang
Remember
out
when
the
they finally
hookers.
tore down the Saucer Inn?
Oh, the Gateway Motel.
Yes.
Yeah, there was one, the Gateway Motel. They tore that down. So
that one you could rent by the hour.
Yes, you could rent that one by the hour. Then the Hooker Motel became the one down the road a little bit. And then this Asteria Inn in Waite Park kind of became the other end of town's place where you take your hookers.
The West Side.
Thank you. The Thrifty Motel. Thank you, Brown Candy. The Thrifty Motel is the one on the east side.
Yep.
That you take the hookers. And then on the west side of town, that's you take your hookers to the Coratel. But not anymore. You're going to have to find a new place to take all your hookers, I'm sorry to say. I bet you the other hotels in the area hate that this happened.
Yeah, because then they're going to catch the overflow.
It's like when that Press Bar burned down downtown, and then all the other bars had to then absorb the shitty, awful clientele of the Press Bar, and it kind of made the whole downtown bar scene shittier.
Yep.
Same thing with this this hotel going out of business now. It's not like the hookers are just going to retire.
No.
Or the guys who need whores are just going to retire, or the people who need to deal drugs are just going to retire.
They're relocating.
They're going to find a new place. So I don't know what hooker deterrents and what drug dealer deterrents there are for hotels, but you might want to activate those post-haste, because I think at the end of the year, that hotel is done. One family has been at the facility. Oh, okay. So the primary concern was over the hotel allowing long-term occupancy to 3 different boarders and deliberately flaunting the law to do so, said the police chief. Now, can a hotel not have people occupying a room for as long as they want, as long as they pay for it? I didn't know,
because there's that one downtown, Grand Stay, where you're allowed to stay there for like months at a time.
Yeah.
So they must have to have a special license for that.
Maybe. I just figured if you paid your room bill, whatever, they'd let you stay there. Investigator Eggert was able to establish a pattern that, obviously the hookers would rent out the room for months at a time.
Oh.
How dumb are we? Yeah, so they were basically the hookers worked out a deal with the hotel and said, we'll give you, a piece of the action. You let us stay in this room.
There you go.
So instead of having a pimp, you have a hotel. It's a better deal. One family had been at the facility for 15 months, and the city administrator says the problem came to light during November's election. I happened to work the election of a gentleman that came to register for his residency to be at that location, and he had established residency there in June. He was kind of taken aback a little bit, thinking that, what do you mean? I live there. Like it was no big deal. He had a rent statement for the period of time between June and currently. City officials had several issues with the establishment, including progress on the Western building. It was required to be remodeled or demolished 2 years ago and is still not operational. The vote against license renewal was unanimous. Its operation license expires on the 31st. So, yeah, they'll be done.
There you go.
So, the end of next week. If you want to get a nice stay at the Corotel Inn before it goes, belly up, and you want to pay for an around the world, you've got until December 31st to do so. Balls Deep with $7 says tents are better. Yeah, they're not. That's the other thing. These are not the nicest places in the world. Like if we go on Google right now and we look at Corotel Inn Waite Park, it's going to be Corotel Inn Waite Park. And we go to the photos on Google, you're not going to, it's not going to look like the kind of place you want to go to. First of all, that looks like a hooker hotel from the outside. Then you go inside. It looks like it was painted by your uncle last weekend. There's always good when the desk where you check in has the plexiglass protecting them.
Fair.
That's how you know that it's good clientele.
Bulletproof.
Yeah. Ooh, somebody's got a continental breakfast. I don't mean to brag, but they got juice. They've got coffee, and I bet you they put some donuts over here. Can't beat that.
And vending machines.
And vending machines, of course. If you want some Doritos with your cereal. There's more shots of the room. You're always at a nice hotel when you have the in-wall air conditioner.
Oh, boy.
That's always a good sign that you're in a solid establishment.
Oof.
Especially when you have to go like this to fire it up. There's the hall. All right, so pretty basic. They don't do a lot of weeding, a lot of landscaping work at this Corotel. There's your bathroom. That door definitely looks like it's been kicked 9,000 or 10,000 times. There's your pretty basic setup. God, a lot of shots of just the bed. This is not a good look. The lighting is fantastic. Oh, there's your bathroom. Oh, those look like the maid staff cleans them up real nice. Little stick-on headboard to the wall there. Yeah, it used to be called the Asteria. And then Corotel bought. Oh, look at all the streaky jizz stains on the door. That's something. You gotta put a towel over your hand before you touch that doorknob. Oh yeah, some broken tiles. That looks real nice. I can't believe that this place didn't get its license renewed. Ugh, you would think that what do you call it? A pillar of the community like this would be left to. Oh, come on! That better not be jizz on the drapes. Come on, man. A little bit of decency. Either that or someone was working with spackle. One of the two. I really don't know which one's better. There you go. A little cracked light fixture. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is just a Coach shoe, a Coach loafer for some reason. I don't know. Oh, look. More mold and disgusting shit on the tiles. That's good. Oh, look. A really messy room. Oh, storage just right there in the hallway. Oh, there you go. The City of Waite Park, Minnesota inspection has posted the following: do not enter, unsafe to occupy. Yeah, so before Coratel bought it, this hotel was actually, like, in a way condemned. And then Coratel purchased it on the cheap, and they made them fix it up or they wouldn't get their license renewed. And apparently they did not do that. Well, there you go. There's the pictures. And again, apparently it will not be open past next Sunday. It's too bad. Like I said, losing a pillar of the community. Plato's Punk with $4.99 says, happy birthday, April. Really thought it would be a different month. I don't know why. Maybe because her name's April. Am I right?
Oh.
Yeah. Jack Sim says, Streaky Jizz Stains is my new podcast. Oh, you know what? Catchy name.
I thought they were playing the Mercury Lounge.
Oh, yeah. I think they're going to be live this weekend. Maybe Stonies. Crusher says, I have to admit, that's a nice rope shot if you hit the curtains. I mean, unless you're jacking off directly into the curtains because you need them to catch. That's about all I can think of in terms of why. As far as a reason why you would jack off on the curtains, again, my only guess would be,
it's got to be some kind of weird fetish.
Again, I think maybe it's just you needed something.
They have towels?
You needed something to catch, and that was it. That was the only way you were going to get any catching done, is if you jacked off into the curtains. All right, we got a couple hours left in today's show. Let's hop into those 7 o'clock hour stories and see what you've got. SH says you jizz into the drapes because you can. Oh,
well, who needs a reason?
That's true. It's an authority move. Oh, yeah? Well, the Asteria Inn didn't tell me I couldn't jack off into their upholstery. Baza says, Aaron is like Easter. He always comes in April. There you go. Fred says the first two words combined are chunky jizz. We need people like you to let us know shit like that, right? All right, we have the link to the tickets to our comedy show coming up Saturday, January 21st. That is up at the top of the page. If you'd like to buy your tickets, please do. Otherwise, if you're a VIP and you'd like to claim your 2 free tickets, works as well. Super 8 behind Perkins will be the next hooker in. Okay, that's good. So we've already got candidates.
Yeah,
for the next hooker hotel. I mean, they're going to need a place to work too. They've only got 2 weeks to figure out where they're going to go.
Is that the Perkins in Waite Park?
I don't know.
Oh.
I just know that we've got people giving us candidates for the next hooker hotel. Why not just call it that? Try to fix it up. Call it the hooker hotel. Kind of a last-ditch effort to save the thing in the last 2 weeks. Did you guys know that all of you unvaccinated people are more likely to get into a serious car crash?
All right, who the fuck?
I don't. Researchers in Canada, of course, obviously.
Of course.
People who choose not to be vaccinated against COVID-19 were more likely to be involved in a serious car accident, according to a recent study. Researchers in Canada looked at whether a willingness to forego the COVID vaccine correlated with other risky behaviors, such as those who neglect basic road safety guidelines. The study found that unvaccinated drivers were 72% more likely to be in a car crash, where at least one person was sent to the hospital compared to accidents involving vaccinated drivers. Boy,
what a study.
You can tell who's lost the messaging wars based on the crazy shit they're coming out with now. Yeah. Like Plato's Punk says, they have less than 2 years of data, right? You don't even have that much data to go off of. So if you're going out and you're saying, oh, well, you're not vaccinated? No, I don't want to get vaccinated. It's not for me.
So that's how they looked at it. What they did is they looked at the numbers of the accidents, and then they went backwards with it. X amount of people weren't vaccinated that got in the accident. Well, that's got to be the reason then.
Yeah, I mean, oh, you don't like car crashes, do you? Do you have a family? Yes, I have a family. Well, if you're not vaccinated, it means you're more likely to get in a car crash. That could hurt your family. Who's dumb enough to hear that and go, oh, well, shit, I don't want to be a bad driver. You better go ahead and shoot me up. Unreal. Researchers in Canada looked at whether the willingness to forego the vaccine correlated with other risky behaviors. So are we more likely to get AIDS then, too? Like, are we more likely to get hepatitis?
You're already badass from turning down the vaccines. So.
Yeah, I guess we're all just engaging in risky behaviors. We're more likely to go base jumping,
Monkeypox.
Apparently, we're the extreme guys now. I thought I was just some guy who went, nah, no thanks, I'll pass. I've had it twice. It, wasn't the worst thing in the world. And also, it's kind of experimental, so I'm going to wait it out a little bit. I thought I was just being a guy making a decision. I didn't know I was the guys from Harold and Kumar kayaking at the 7-Eleven.
Yep.
I didn't know that I was the extreme. But apparently, here I am, Mr. McFoley, Mr. Dangerous over here, the hardcore legend. Researchers looked at a pool of over 11 million drivers in Ontario, Canada, during the summer of 2021, of which 16% were not vaccinated. Then they looked at the 6,682 crashes where people needed emergency care following the accident. Unvaccinated patients accounted for 25% of all crashes, and researchers said they had an absolute risk, a way to measure a certain population's chances of experiencing something when compared to the general population. Vaccinated patients, meanwhile, accounted for 75% of the crashes and had an absolute risk of 512 per 1 million people, whereas the unvaccinated had a risk of 912.
Significant.
Per 1 million people. Researchers said that the risk level presented by unvaccinated drivers was similar to people who suffer from sleep apnea, but about half as risky as those who drink and drive. So there you go, guys. You heard it from the Canadians first. If you're not
they got the numbers.
Yep. If you're not getting vaccinated, you're going to kill someone in a car accident.
Wow.
Why can't you just yell, why won't you just get the vaccine? I want you to. I mean, instead of embarrassing yourself with these terrible non-studies.
Well, just remember you were a murderer if you didn't get vaccinated, too.
That's true. You're also killing old people.
Then they found out that people who got the vaccine were still able to
die.
Well, and transmit it.
Yeah. Still capable of death.
Like,
Gene Simmons was saying yesterday that he doesn't want anybody on the KISS cruise that they're having. Could you imagine a fucking KISS cruise? They don't want, you're not allowed on the KISS cruise unless you're vaccinated. And he encourages masks. Everybody should be wearing masks. And he goes, I don't want you getting me sick. It's like, so at least he's being a good little boomer and letting you know that it's 1,000% about him.
Nobody's going to get close enough to him to get sick anyways.
He also says we should trust the government, which, like, to me, I don't think any Jewish person should ever say that. Like, no Jewish person should say, hey, come on, we should just trust the government and take this thing. I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen if we just listen to the government and do what they tell us to do? Right, Gene. What is the worst that could happen?
Since he owns the KISS logo trademark, he's had more product in any other company that has the KISS logo on it.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Happy Plague Doctor says, shut up and put on the clown makeup, Gene. Exactly. I was saying yesterday, like, them putting on a show and, like, still dancing around, like, they don't even use stage blood to spit out anymore. It's just their own blood.
Yeah.
Like, they bounce around, they rupture something, and they're just, they're like, wow, Gene, that was fucking cool. You did the stage blood? He's like, no, I think something's seriously wrong here.
My favorite part of the show is when Ace throws his walker in the crowd.
Oh, that is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, that's or like their Bengay, they chuck that out there. They give that away to their audience.
Absolutely.
Kelly Roberts says nobody ever gets sick on a cruise ship ever. You're right. If Gene Simmons is so worried about people getting sick, he should probably
don't go cruise.
Yeah, he should probably rethink the whole cruise idea if you're worried about getting sick.
When it comes to one of those, that's a petri dish.
Yeah. Yeezus Crucified by the Right says, it's so rock and roll to follow authorities. Exactly. Bro, we're rock and roll. Do what the government tells you, man. Crusher says most of the accidents were probably caused by trucker drivers who do a few-hour course and then get their truck license. Yeah, well, I don't think anybody's actually looking at whether or not you got the vaccine and using that as a judgment as to whether or not you're a safe driver. I think it's just desperate people trying to throw anything out there that they can in order to try and get the stragglers to get vaccinated, which, again, I don't know why it's so important to you, but I don't know. I'm going to pass. With the population dropping off a cliff, and because of the low birth rate, several industries stand to take big financial hits, like diaper companies, formula companies, kids' clothing companies, etc. However, one kids industry is doing surprisingly well. Toy companies. Toy companies are doing remarkably well, even as people continue to spend less and less on children's items.
Yeah, well, get the kid their gifts, you know.
Guess why the toy stores are still seeing a boom period and they're not coming down?
Why?
Because adults are buying the fucking toys. And not like buying the toys for their children. They're adult men. Yes, Traffic in African nails it. Adult men are buying toys. It's fucking embarrassing.
All started with the adult Happy Meal.
Oh, honestly, Peter Pan, it's time to grow up, Count Chocula. Enough is enough. Adults that refuse to grow up, they have a name for them now. They're calling them kidults. No cute names, no marketable names. We should call them dorks, nerds, virgins, whatever you want to call them. Furries, weirdos. Enough with the nice, soft, marketable names that make these people, like, when you take away shame, you lose a lot of good things. Like, you take away shame, and now all of a sudden, 35-year-old men feel comfortable going to a toy store and buying something. And when the cashier goes, "Oh, cute, is this for Christmas for your kid?" And they're like, "No, it's for me."
Yeah.
There should be someone there to shame you and tell you to grow up, Peter Pan, so we don't end up with the problem of, God bless you for keeping the toy economy afloat, but at what cost? At what cost?
These kids that go without toys because they're poor.
Kidults are defined as anyone aged 12 or older that are spending money on toys for themselves. They are particularly fond of cartoons, superheroes, and collectibles that remind them of their childhood. If you're an adult and you're buying a superhero doll and it's for you, we need to set up some kind of rehabilitation program. Fair. We need to set up something where somebody can sit you down, have a talk with you that nobody else is bothered to have, which is cut the shit. Enough already. We're not doing toy purchasing. You're not going to have toy collectibles. It's going to be Steve Carell and the 40-Year-Old Virgin where they're going to be yelling at their parents. Don't take that out of the box. It's an original.
Yeah.
Oh, no. The definition of adulthood has definitely evolved, said Jeremy Padower, chief brand officer at toy company Jazzwares. I almost said Jazzwares. That'd be a good name.
Sure.
Be a little more adult if it was Jazzwares. Jazzwares. What it used to mean to be an adult was to be a very upstanding, serious member of society. Right. Not buying Iron Man toys every time you got your paycheck. And to do what you had to do, and to do that, you had to demonstrate it intellectually, emotionally, in every other single way, he said. Now we feel a lot more free to express our fandom as part of our adulthood. Right.
Ugh.
But that's what going to watch the movies are for. That's what buying your kids the toys are for. That's how you express your fandom. I don't know what's worse. Somebody who goes out and buys one of these toys and then never takes it out of the box, or someone who goes out and buys one of these toys and actually plays with them. I don't know who I'm more troubled by.
The only time that is acceptable is when you're literally the kid on Big, playing Tom Hanks.
Yeah, other than that, again, you're just being remarkably childish. They're saying evolved or devolved. Right. Fred says you can't say that while wearing a Hulkamania shirt. Excuse me. This was a gift from a fan, sir. I have to wear my Hulkamania shirt. You don't see me playing with a Hulkamania doll, do you? Look, I get it. You pointing that out is not making me look my absolute best, but I still feel like I have plausible deniability. By the way, Tubby, could you not make your YouTube name Gino Bisconte? It's a little creepy. I did find that a little weird, bud. I think what you gotta do, you gotta back off that train. Just a little. It's I think some of you on Twitter are starting to lose the plot of like what's real life and what's the internet. It's time to rein it in just a little. I don't want to get to the point where, Jesus Christ, someone like me is embarrassed to be associated, for God's sake. I mean, a lot of you who are in kind of that crowd are already straining the credulity of, anyone being able to be seen to be associated with you because you've lost the plot so badly. Let's not then go and do the, you can't go and call Gino Bisconte obsessed with anyone when you're pretending to be him on social media. It's not a good look, buddy. I've been meaning to tell you that. Well, I know you don't give a shit, and I know you're just going to giggle at it, whatever, but ugh. Labglass says, with $5, says, fandom of childhood is gay, says the guy in a Hulkamania shirt. I did fuck up today. I should have changed shirts knowing that this story was in the offing. Even more says, Aaron, how many wrestling toys do you have right now? None. 0. You know why? I did the adult thing, and I gave them to my son. That's what you do. You give your son your old toys, and you let him play with them. Could you imagine that? There's guys who are dads who are buying toys and then withholding them from their children.
Yeah.
No, son, those are my toys. Give your kid the fucking Iron Man toy and do it right now. No, because if it's in the box, it's worth more. Stop it, or I have to cut off your balls.
I know adults that play with Legos still.
You have to stop. You have to stop playing with Legos. Lemmy says, you acted out an entire wrestling match on stream. That's true. But did I not do it to entertain my audience? I can promise you that I am not doing that off air.
You can go to wrestling as an adult and still be a fan.
Sure, I just don't think you should be buying the action figures.
No.
Brittany Martini says, Aaron, which action figure do you want for your birthday? None. Absolutely none. But Louis would love a Bray Wyatt. Wait, what? Skeezy says, still bought a WWE belt and wore it around, didn't you? No, I would never do anything like that. You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm leaving. I don't know why you guys would think that a grown adult would buy toys and use them as if they were real in some sort of mass delusion. I'm now starting to realize that I've lost the plot in this segment, and I'm starting to become the thing I hate. But you know what? I'm also a world champion, so I don't have to put up with this horse shit. The quartering is the one buying the toys, says Bumbaclo. Kelly Roberts says, if you do not have a cage to go with your Hulkamania WWE doll, you're not a real fan. I'm not buying the toys. I promise. Spicy Mustard says, when it comes to adult toys, look in the background of so many podcasts, men with Funko Pops and action figures. I know. It's so gay. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, don't you play video games every day? Not every day, and it's Madden. Video games are different. Look, I am getting my fucking dick kicked in on this one. There's no doubt about it. Look, Oz, there was a certain direction I wanted this segment to go.
Sure.
And I am free to admit that it did not go the way I thought it would.
Doesn't always work.
See, this is how you know when I win and I say it's a knockout victory, you know I'm telling the truth. Because when I take a shit sandwich and I eat one, I fully admit it. This segment, not a good look for Aaron. Not a W for your boy. All right? All the other stuff, driving him nuts, killing, just crushing people. This one, I look like an ass. But I have my championship belt. See, now, Oz, people can say, oh, well, aren't you a hypocrite for criticizing adults for playing with toys? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe this is a toy. This is an actual WWE championship belt. All right, fine. It's a polyurethane strap. It's not leather. But still, the point remains, it's a nice heavy belt.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a toy, guys. It's a token of victory is what it is. Brittany says, my husband will share toys and in a few years share his weed with our son. I hope there's no police in here. JR's Gam says, I have over 200 Godzilla figures. If you had them from childhood, it's okay. says the guy who clearly bought this belt in the last 5 years. Shit. Boy, this one, look, here's my problem. I kind of had the phrase toys kind of pegged down to action figures.
Yeah.
I didn't think people were going to call me out on the Hulkamania shirt and the WWE Championship belt. 1,000% this backfired.
Yep.
Next time, I got to know what stories I prepped and not throw on the Hulkamania shirt. My brother brought a WWE belt to my wedding. It was fucking great, and he was a hit. Exactly. Totally not a toy. 100% legitimate. Is that thing real? I mean, it's the in-between real one.
Sure.
You know, like when people go say, like, there's the toy one that's like plastic and all that shit. It's not that one, but it's also not the one with the real leather strap that you pay like $1,000 for. This is probably more the $200 or $300 one. And I'm not totally ashamed to tell you that. J-Dub says that belt sucks. The WCW big gold belt is best, or the winged eagle belt. Those are my two favorite as well. But I don't have either of those. Sandy Squatch says, just like when Aaron was picking on another streamer for wearing their own trademark T-shirts while streaming, yet almost always wears his own trademark shirt streaming. Right, exactly. Exactly.
Brand recognition.
Now I fucked up my headphone cord here. My championship belt is getting in the way. Hold on. There we go. All right. Now I'm nice and comfy. April says, didn't you just have me buy the kids a Vikings Funko Pop because you said you really wanted to play with it? No, Louis asked for that. I never said. I thought it was cool that he wanted one. Your belt doesn't have enough diamonds. I know over the years a couple have popped out. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4 sparkles. My belt is 5. I'm missing 5 sparkles. Son of a bitch. Moonman says that belt is so gay. Nuh-uh, you're gay.
Oh.
I think I got that guy. I think I got him. J-Dub says, Aaron, do you want to play He-Man with me in Montana? No, I don't want to play He-Man. I don't play with toys. I just have a world championship belt to pretend I'm the best. April says, you also bought the Skort so you could act out your favorite matches. No, I got that because I am a professional wrestler. I had a match, and I needed, something flashy to wear to the ring. By God. I don't play with toys. I play for keeps. Yeah, this is going poorly. I should have never picked on the adults with toys. This is I'm definitely taking a dick kicking for this one. That's, you know what? Look, like I said before, I'm an honest man. And we may have won all of our recent battles with other podcasters, but the one group I cannot defeat is my own audience. Dr. Silverwolf says, Aaron, want to play Axis and Allies? I just got done painting my miniatures. Well, I don't know. When do you have time? I mean, no. And you, homo, I don't want to at all. There you go, Fred. Watching Aaron count his sparkles makes me sad, says Brittany. Aaron chose a story he'd fail at, what we hated. Oh, look, again. A loss is a loss. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, didn't you lose to a black guy in a boxing match? Look, I get it. There was a war going on. I did not do my people proud. I understand, April's Parents Hobby Farm. How many times are you going to rub it in that I let my race down? All right? The only time I actually fought well and beat a guy up and knocked him down was when I fought a big, tall, white guy. I get it. We'll get ours back. He kicked me out of the race for that.
Oh.
By the way. Yeah. Can you believe that? We can't escape the man-child matrix these days. A lot of people just writing.
Beta!
There you go. SC Motorsports says, consider it reparations. Ugly Fuckling says, Warhammer books and games are decent. I saw a guy, we've got a video, and maybe now would be the time to play it.
Okay.
Some popular YouTuber was talking about Warhammer, and he's fucking crying over it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Like, he's MWG Studios is what it is.
Leave
Let's check
Brittany
this out.
alone.
Yeah, it's MWG Studios, Warhammer fans' emotional reaction to Henry Cavill Amazon series announcement. So Henry Cavill is doing Warhammer. Now, I'm not a Warhammer guy. I don't know much anything about it. I don't know, what it's supposed to be about or anything else. I know it's like a fantasy game.
It's an angry contractor.
Yes, exactly. $2 from Terry Nee says Gino and Aaron are gay. Exactly. They're saying it's grim, dark sci-fi. All right. So this guy talked about Warhammer. Now, I don't know MWG Studios, and I don't know this guy. But Oz, this guy clearly has a big boner for Warhammer.
Right.
We talked about grown men being the reason that the toy industry is still afloat, while the rest of, the children's stuff industry is down. I think this guy might be a great example of why.
Is making a Warhammer 40K series on Amazon. That's the announcement. And I can hardly contain my excitement. I'm actually holding back emotions for some reason. And it's the most incredible thing. If you didn't hear about it, these are the words from Henry on his Instagram. For 30 years, I have dreamt of seeing a Warhammer universe in live action.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine having to tough guy grunt through a cry because Superman is going to play Warhammer? I have been waiting forever for Warhammer to... I hate it when guys are about to cry like bitches so they get angry. Like, talk about not being able to control yourself. Like,
no, let's dismantle this bomb.
Like, I'm just really touched by this. Quick, find me a gay to punch in the head. It's like, God, dude, relax.
Do you swear on your life, your daughter's life?
Then let's shut this bomb off. Dude, it's okay to just cry. I mean, we're going to call you gay for a while, and then everything will go back to normal.
He has the big pliers on his neck.
Yeah.
That's why he's doing that.
You swear on my daughter's life, on your family's life, that you will make that Warhammer series.
Now, after 22 years of experience in this industry, I finally feel like I have the skill set and experience to guide a Warhammer cinematic universe into life.
Oh, yeah? Just like you guided the DC universe into life? Look, I don't dislike Henry Cavill, but I don't know.
Partnering with Natalie Viscuso at Vertigo has been a blessing beyond words. Without her, we might not have found the perfect home at Amazon. And having a home like Amazon will give us the freedom to be true to the massive scope of Warhammer.
All right, now I don't know who's gayer, this guy or Henry Cavill. All right, we get it. You like Warhammer. Jesus.
Flip a coin.
I mean, it better be fucking good. All the man jizz that's being spilled, and it's the man jizz is mixing with the tears, and it creates a puddle, and that's going to create a Warhammer series that's not to be trifled with. I don't know what they're planning on doing. I just know that there's a lot of tears and cum over this whole thing, and nary a woman in sight.
Yeah.
To all you Warhammer fans out there.
What the hell was that?
He's a fucking spazoid. This is what autism looks like.
I promise to
That's what he
respect.
does on the toilet.
He's like a Will Ferrell character.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cry.
This IP that we love. I love it. We love. I promise to bring you something familiar, and I endeavor to bring you something fantastic that is, as of yet, unseen. Our first steps are to find our filmmaker, creator, writer. Watch this space, my friends.
So you don't even have a guy to write this shit, but you are pumped as all hell about it. Boy, they must be cutting Henry Cavill a pretty big fucking check, huh?
Sounds like he's breaking down again.
Yeah. So now Henry Cavill's post is over. So now this guy's just going to give his reaction the next 3.5 minutes. He doesn't have old Henry Cavill to bounce off of anymore. We're going to get to see. You think we're going to see more grunting and shaking?
Yeah.
Well, this guy
looks
can't.
Like he's on the toilet.
Look, this guy can't cry on camera. He can't let us think he's gay. I mean, it's not like he's making a video about fucking Warhammer or anything.
He reminds me of Jim Carrey on the toilet in Dumb and Dumber.
Or Jeff Daniels.
Oh, yeah. That's what I meant, yeah.
I'm just brimming with so many emotions. So first off, automatically, the first thing I felt was like this massive ray of hope.
Gayness?
Yeah.
In your anus? Would that be the first thing you felt?
Yeah, it rhymes.
I felt a tingle in my butthole, and all I wanted to do was have another man's member cave it in like I was
Balloon
starving
knot.
for it. Yeah.
Hope and positivity. This is going to help normalize Warhammer in the global stratosphere.
No, it's not. Just like a Warcraft movie didn't help orcs and humans became something that got you pussy. All right, relax. Why is it that all these nerds need the rest of the world to be okay with their nerddom? This is like goths. This is like punks. This is like all these groups of people who back in the day were so cool because they didn't give a fuck what anybody thought. Gamers, people who played Magic and Pokemon, people who were into punk rock, people who were emo. Their whole attitude was, you know, we'd go, oh, you guys are gay. That's weird. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, fuck you. We didn't invite you anyway. Now you're into Warhammer and you're turning gray and you're like, finally, I won't be getting wedgies anymore and bullied on the playground just for liking Warhammer. I can tell all the guys at work that this is okay now.
This is something that will bring Warhammer to the far reaches of the world. It just will.
No,
Amazon is massive. Henry is massive. The IP is already growing. It's already...
Imagine giving a shit about something you like so much that you use the term IP, intellectual property, unironically. I don't give a shit how many people like the thing I like.
Yeah, but it's going that.
The IP is already going like this. Motherfucker, you don't hold stock. This is what's going to finally normalize Warhammer. You want your shit normalized? Why? Then, I don't know, go like Minecraft or some shit. Like, go like something that's already popular. I need Henry Cavill to make this thing that people have called me gay for liking, something that gets me pussy.
Becoming big, and this will just catapult it to even greater heights. This is something that's going to affect all of us in ways that...
It's not, though. I can promise you.
No, it's going to affect me.
Yeah?
No.
Okay. It's not going... Most of us will not even know it exists.
We can't possibly imagine. So it's a dream of so many of ours to see Warhammer in a cinematic universe, to see it brought to life, because we feel so many of the emotions. We dedicate so much.
Yeah, where are all your manly ones, though? Look, he's got the stain from the tears. You know, he's doing the jump cuts. He's cutting out all the actual sobbing. We've got tear stains on his eyes right there. I mean, I know it's bringing up a lot of emotions. If you could let out some of the masculine ones, I would appreciate that. Well, I guess that's what the grunting is for.
Yeah.
Much of our time to this hobby and to this aspect of our lives, and to see it portrayed that way is excitement beyond imagination, and it is wonderful. It is a fantastic time to be a part of the hobby and to see the growth.
Oh my God, he's got a tear running down his face talking about Warhammer. I don't think I'm going to do this when the Vikings win the Super Bowl. Well, if the Vikings ever win the Super Bowl.
War is hell.
War is hell. Warhammer is heaven. God.
That it's taking, and there isn't
You
a
can act
more
like a
perfect
man.
individual
Like a
to
man.
champion that for us all, and it's awesome.
Now he's crying, laughing.
Bro, do you want us to leave you alone? Like,
Yeah.
we can leave for a little bit. He is. You're right. He's doing the William Fichtner in Armageddon. He said they're going to make Warhammer. And it's going to be so good. And you're going to see it. And my ex-girlfriend will come back. And my dad will talk to me. And my parents won't call me a weird bearded lesbian.
That's just blubbering like a big baby.
It's like the Joker.
And I don't care. It's awesomeness, and I love it. So this is my feeble attempt to get the word out there, to let everyone know that this is something, if you haven't already heard of it, Henry Cavill is working on this. From the sounds of it, he's at the helm of it, which means we can have hope that it'll be done in a way that is true to what we want it to be.
I want to fast forward to like a year and a half from now when this comes out, And this guy's making a video talking about how bad it sucks ass. Yeah. And they took it and they butchered it. And they didn't do a good job.
I was so excited.
I trusted them. And now they're not going to do Warhammer justice. I've been jerking off for the last 18 months until my dick got rot. And then they put out this bag of shit. Look at my wrists. He's got bandages all over.
Oh, yeah.
They fucked up Warhammer, and I don't like it.
Because it matters so much to us. So for that, thank you, Henry, for caring, for being one of us, for focusing your time and attention in this direction.
Thank you, guy who's worth $80 million, for being one of the little people. I really appreciate that.
You know, I hate gay people.
I don't think that has anything to do with
And if I let go too soon, that's where the scissoring happens.
Oh, okay.
Your life and in your career, out of all the places you could possibly go, you're at the top right now of the industry, of your career, and out of all those places you could have chosen, you choose this.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Oh my God. Oh,
and it's so awesome. I love it so much. I can't contain the excitement. I feel like so many emotions. I'm feeling like
no. There's no more emotion. You're just bitch emotions. That's all it is.
Yeah,
it's just the bitch ones.
You're having a meltdown.
Yes, over Warhammer. Now look, I'm not saying that people can't like Warhammer. Sounds like a fine thing, whatever it is, game, comic. I don't know shit about Warhammer. Just like I'm sure people who know Warhammer probably don't know Madden. That's fine. But, I mean, to sob openly over it, I mean, when I was, 10 and there was a Mortal Kombat game coming out, I didn't act this fucking bitchy,
Well, no.
I'm going to get to see Johnny Cage, and I'm going to see Goro. If Shane Tsung can change, and I can change, everybody can change. In the second movie, there's going to be Jax. And you can bring in Reptile. It'd be so good.
Excitement, joy, anticipation, hope, mania. There's just so much.
You forgot gayness.
And we can't wait. We can't wait to see what. It just this. I feel like it truly is a grim, dark world that we live in, and this is, ironically, the biggest ray of light and hope that you could possibly infuse into so many lives.
So you still got to work on balancing the meds.
Yeah, and also when you have shit and cum and piss all in your pants at the same time, it's gonna throw off your
Show
pH
this
balance.
to his doctor so you can adjust the dosage.
Right. We need you to not get this weird over Warhammer. No matter what. If you're over the age of 13, I need you to never react like this to any kind of video game / movie news. Can you promise me? I know he can't promise me that, but can the rest of you promise me that?
Wow. Can't wait to see what this is going to become. If you're watching this and you've never heard of Warhammer before, but you've...
Okay, you probably should have spoke to me before you started sobbing all over my computer, but go ahead.
There we go.
Heard of Henry before because, he's Superman and The Witcher and many other things. And
apparently the thing you jerk off to as well, but go ahead.
And most importantly, right now in this moment, he is the champion of our hobby. He is Warhammer. Wouldn't that be amazing? If in the same way that you look at him, you see Superman, that in the future you look at him and you think of Warhammer. And this is...
Right. Because compared to Warhammer, Superman's a nobody.
Yeah. He's just a thing. It's fine.
A message to people that have never heard of Warhammer before. Because us as Warhammer fans, we look at Henry and we think of Warhammer.
When I think of Warhammer fans, I think of you. So I think that they're all sobbing little girls.
Victory will be when the world sees Henry and the world sees Warhammer. It's out of our hands. It's out of the community's hands at this point. It
was out of your hands from the very beginning. They weren't going to let you in on this. You not that you haven't submitted like a video resume. I'm just saying this was out of your hands from day one.
Really, it's up to Henry. And Henry, we believe in you. We support you. We rally behind you. And we love you. That's what it is. It's love. It's support.
Jesus.
It's kinship. It's all of this stuff.
What, are you gonna fuck him?
Just say you're gay.
Yes, please.
I don't know how many of you are into Warhammer. I'm not saying it's not okay to be into Warhammer. I'm just saying that if you are into Warhammer...
Well, if you were, there's a good possibility you don't want to be anymore because that's associated with it.
Can you at least go ahead and distance yourself from this gentleman?
Yeah.
Sage.
Sage retard PhD KF.
He says, is this day 81 of womanhood? Yeah, maybe that's what it is. You were talking about the drugs being off. Maybe it's an estrogen imbalance kind of a thing.
Just a little too much.
Brian Bulb, I kind of agree with Brian. He says, dude, why is everyone acting like Henry is a big deal? His Superman was a bomb, and they didn't want to make sequels for it. It's the best thing they did. The best thing he did was play the bad guy in a Tom Cruise movie. He's tall says, this is pathetic. This is much like that low-T blubbering idiot who was all tearing over Star Wars. Well, I mean, for Star Wars, you're going to have to be more specific. Which blubbering little girl? Jesus. Unquenchable Fire says this guy is on meds, clearly.
Yes.
Dr. Scotty Jones says, is he starting to cry? No. He's not starting to cry. He was literally clipping out the crying parts, and he couldn't do it. He had to just keep going, shaking his phone and wiping the tears from his face. Boston Bob says, oh my God, this is so sad to watch. Can we please start bringing bullying back to schools? I hope that Henry Cavill sees this video today and he announces that he's leaving the project. Yeah. He's like, look, this guy's going to put a bomb in my car if I'm not anything but stellar. I don't know. Moonman says, I'm surprised this guy's not wearing his wrestling belt. Hey, what the fuck? I thought we were all having a laugh together. I thought we were in this as pals. I didn't need a... Hey, Moonman, what's your address? I need to send this knife that I found in my back to your home.
Yeah.
Mick KM says, I don't want to take a guy's hope, but the fact he exists is taking mine.
Good. Well put.
Rusty Grammer says, make bullying great again. Yeah. I'm a Warhammer fan and all, says Paul Polito, and he's making me hate it. Ugly Fuckling says, it's like that fat man-child Kevin Smith crying for The Last Jedi. Oh, yeah, that was really bad. He cries about everything, though. Like, Kevin Smith took estrogen injections, I think, as he aged.
Oh.
Or he's just really low T, one of the two. He was... He's been in rough shape over many, many, many films.
Which Kevin Smith?
The director.
Oh.
Just wait till a Zelda movie comes out. All the weebs will be crying for months about it. Oh, great. So excited. Brian Bulb says, now this happens. I need to go back to the gym. Yeah, you need to get some kind of testosterone pumping today. I'm going to do about 10 rounds of bag work today just for the osmosis of estrogen I sucked up watching that.
I'm going to go build an engine.
Yeah. Yeezus says, you should have played this before the toy argument, Aaron. You know what? You're probably right. I could probably use maybe a producer in my ear helping me out. Brian says, it's not okay to be this into anything, really. I mean, that's true. You shouldn't really have any hobby that you're this. You know, people say, oh, find something you're passionate about. Not that passionate about.
Yeah.
You're allowed, if you're a guy, you're allowed to cry like that if one of your kids dies.
Fair.
Okay? Not if a Warhammer movie's coming out. Raymond calling it the new normal. Oh, fingers crossed you're wrong. Brian says, Man of Steel came out like 10 years ago. They had to make a sequel before Gunn came along. John says, Kevin Smith almost died and decided he needed to be a pussy for the rest of his life. That is true. He had a massive heart attack, and then after that, he just started crying a whole big bunch. You are correct, sir. Oh, you think that's bad? In a little bit, we're about to watch Jeremy from The Quartering. We're about to watch him talk about Elon Musk. That's going to be another one that's tough to take. I mean, I'm not saying that we need to go back to like, the Roman Colosseums and gladiator fights. We'd all end up dead. But like, could we go back to an acceptable level of masculinity where like nerds and dorks like hid that level of nerdiness from the world? Like you wore that, you were like a little ashamed of it too. You were like, look, yeah, we play Magic. Shut the fuck up, kid. We play Wednesdays. We play.
Yeah, it's a secret.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Trying to convince these guys and these girls that I'm into football. There was that time in high school, people hated it, so we went too far away from it, where if you had friends who were cool and you had friends who were dorks, you kind of shun the friends who were dorks around girls and stuff, and you'd lean towards the friends who were cool. And people are like, oh, that's phony, that's not good. Yeah, but the alternative is now all the nerds are embracing who they are, and it's getting really, really weepy and gay. So I think we need to go back to a little level of phoniness, I think.
Yep.
Now people have, too many peacock feathers. Now people have way too much confidence in stuff they shouldn't have confidence in. I really don't think that being this open with our nerdiness was a good thing for our society.
You start crying.
Yeah, Mothman says it perfectly. Hide your nerd levels. There's shit I'm nerdy about. Happy birthday, April. Are you excited for the Warhammer movie?
Oh, totally.
Yeah?
I have to go see it.
Do you feel like weeping?
I might cry.
Queer.
I was holding back.
Yeah, that guy should have ended that video with, I'm a peacock, you gotta let me fly. What is worse, girls pretending to be into sports or girls pretending to be into nerd shit? Oh, wow, that's a good question. Oof, that's a tough one. You know what? I'm going to throw that to the audience. We're going to start a poll over that one.
All right.
What is worse? Girls pretending to be into sports? Girls pretending to be nerds? All right. I'll say this. The girls pretending to be nerds thing leads to like them just using it as an excuse to pull their tits out and like go on streams and stuff like that. But the pretending to be into, the pretending to be into sports thing, I think is okay because usually that's very passive. Like they'll just sit down and watch the game. They won't try to talk to you about like, hey, do you think we should send a 5-man rush on this 3rd and 8? Like they won't get so autistically into it like guys do.
Yeah.
So that's more of a passive deal. I think the girls who pretend to be into the nerdy shit is worse. But right now, the poll is very close. 40 people have voted, and it's 51-49. So,
wow.
Yeah, that one's probably going to go back and forth for a while. Bumbaclo says, like, SS Sniper Wolf. Which one is she? She pretends to be a nerd, right? Yeah, that's... You can't have smoking hot tits that you're pushing up with 2 bras and wearing revealing clothing that shows off everything but the nipple and then going, I'm so excited for the new Warhammer movie. I mean, that's a little see-through. And I don't just mean the clothing. But like sports, you can dress like a whore and be into sports. Sports is for trash people.
Yep.
Like we are all garbage. That's the whole point. We're degenerates. We gamble. We drink. We enjoy the game. So like that maybe lends itself to the sluttiness a little more. Whereas the sluttiness in gaming is just so forced. So I would cast my vote for what is worse, girls pretending to be nerds. But it's razor close. I agree. Lark Bark says, oh my God, my niece likes her. Our daughter was into Sniper Wolf for a while, and April and I kind of had to cut that off because it's a little too old. For an 8-year-old, So we went ahead and we just said, no, find something else. So she found this Cassie on YouTube who does reaction to TikTok stuff. And our only rule with her is like, hey, you hear a bad word on there, you change the channel.
Right.
Like she's at an age now where, she's going to be 9 pretty soon. Like I remember when I was 9 and 10, like I was starting to say fuck.
Oh, yeah. You get around your friends. That was the coolest thing to do. You like, oh, can I swear now? All right.
Yeah.
And then just, you start F. It's like, yeah.
3rd grade, it was truth or dare, so you could get girls to kiss you. And then, well, you see, I pick dare every time, and I'd say, I bet you won't ask somebody to kiss me. Okay. 3rd third grade, it was hide and go, or it was truth or dare to get them to kiss you, and it was saying the F word. There was one time we were playing Risk because I'm a sports fan and a fucking dork. My buddy and I, three of us were playing Risk up in my room, and we had also just watched the movie Ransom. So we were like, Mel Gibson would bark those threats at Gary Sinise, like, I will have your head on a fucking pike. Do you understand me? So we would be yelling shit like that at each other when we'd attack, not realizing my bedroom door was open and my dad was working outside. And, oof, that did not go well.
Get a little talking to, did you?
Oh, we all got a little talking to for having the naughty language. Little Lemmy says, if you like Risk, you'd probably love Warhammer. Just saying. Yeah, but I don't play Risk anymore. Well, April and I played Game of Thrones Risk, but that's because we were really into the show. Oh my God, I'm gay. Moonman says Risk is a cool game. Right, it's a strategy game, not a nerd game. How dare you? Looks like 3 minutes into this poll, 53% of the audience says girls pretending to be nerds is worse than girls pretending to be into sports. So it's pretty close. We'll give it a couple more minutes. Balls Deep says Game of Thrones Risk is lit. I would agree with you. I would agree. Thank you very much to Fred, of course, our buddy Fred.
Well, howdy, Fred.
Far too generous, that Fred. Another $5 coming from Fred. Appreciate that. Somebody says, watching Aaron realize he is everything he hates. I know.
Hey.
I'm having serious problems over here. But look, my whole criticism of that guy was not that he's into Warhammer. You can be into Warhammer. It's the sobbing over
bitchiness.
the sobbing over the movie that's, super, super, super fucking gay. That's all. Orange Boy says Aaron plays Bannerlord. Nuff said. I have something I think I should admit since I made fun of the Warhammer guy so hard. No, I don't know if I have to now. If I'm playing Bannerlord, sometimes when I'm commanding my forces, I'll in my head, I'll have an inner monologue that talks in that old-timey medieval accent, about what we're doing. It's not verbal. I'm not sitting here talking that way to the computer or anything, but I will in my head, my inner monologue will be with the game, and I'll have that accent.
Just like role models.
It's fucking bad, dude. It's not. I'm not proud of it when I do it either. I'm like, oh, I did that again, son of a bitch. Unquenchable Fire says Aaron has the gift of deep insight into the psyche that only belongs to the sane. Thank you, Unquenchable Fire. That's very kind of you. Brian Bulb says, this is too much, Aaron. Abort. No, I never was into Pokemon, ugly fuckling. Never into Pokemon, never into Yu-Gi-Oh!, never into Magic. That shit was all dork shit. I played Madden like a big boy. Fred said, forgot to read the chat. There was a reason it was 500. Oh, well, I didn't have that open. I'm sorry. It's, look, guys, Fred gets what he wants. All right. Let's go to Fred. $5. He says, here's $1 for every sparkle your belt is missing. Oh, thank you, Fred. I appreciate that. That's nice.
Well, howdy, Fred.
Probably get 15 fucking bedazzles for that. Paul says, motherfucker, I belt my sword on when I play inappropriate games. So, really? Balls Deep says, I'll admit I cry like a bitch every now and again, not over video games, though. James J. Weed says, you're a D&D dork. I never played D&D either. Never. Little Lemmy says, anybody else in here watch Kenshin as soon as I got home from school? No, I don't even know what the hell that is. All right, so look, I don't think the adults buying toys segment went the way I thought it would. I think the Warhammer, I think making fun of the Warhammer segment went about
families in pursuit.
Shut up. Went about as well as I could have hoped for, and hopefully the rest of the show just as solid for you guys. Lab Glass says, happy birthday, April. You found out your husband is gay today. No, I am not a homosexual. I promise. The Warhammer guy, Jeremy from the Quartering. We've got a bunch of other stuff we're going to take a look at today, which is going to make me look a lot more heterosexual by comparison. I guess not very good that I have to do it that way, but look,
but hey,
a win is a win. Looks like they're dead even, man.
Wow.
On this what is worse poll. Girls pretending to be into sports or girls pretending to be nerds, it's 50-50. I feel like we should almost end it right here.
We can call it.
And let it, I mean, if this were election coverage, I feel like we'd be calling this too close to call.
Yep.
Moonman says, I was referring to the guy crying about Warhammer wearing the belt, not you. Oh, okay. You're saying I should have given him my belt to wear. All right. I understand. I don't know. I'm going to let like a few more votes go in here.
It's exactly tied right now.
This thing has been 50-50 for a while now. So I don't think anyone's going to break away. But if you feel like voting, please do. Let's do this story out of Houston, Texas. I have a feeling if this was your dead relative, you'd be a little upset and you'd want a couple of answers. Let's hit play on this next story. And then in about a half hour, we'll do Jeremy from the Quartering and his take on Elon Musk, which I think the take is he wants to take him, orally.
Of their loved ones' ashes are turning to ABC 13 for help tonight. They say they have paid their bills and have been waiting weeks for their loved ones' remains from a funeral home that is now not answering their calls. ABC 13's Daniela Hurtado is live from outside of that funeral home in Southwest Houston with what she's learned. Daniela?
I ate the ashes. No, that's a cheap joke. I'm not even proud of that one.
Tonight, this is what their phone line sounds like here at the
number you are
home.
trying to reach is out of service.
Oh, shit. You've been waiting for weeks for your loved one's remains, and you call the funeral home to ask, and their phone is disconnected.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Is this going to be like that guy in, was it Atlanta, who was like just burying the bodies in his backyard?
And then it's getting paid.
And then he was giving them like just ashes.
Yeah, you can...
Here's one way to know that you're getting fucked over. Like when people say, oh, my father or my mother's ashes, there's not like just ashes. It's not like ash from a campfire. The bones don't fully burn. So they're like rattly ashes. There's chunks in there. If you strain out any of the dust, it's just going to be bone fragments rattling around. I only know this because my health teacher in high school didn't like her family, I think, and like she kept her dad or her brother's ashes in just like a little glass candy jar because nobody else would take them because they didn't get along. So she would bring them to school and use it as an example of cremation and health class and stuff like that. And it was just a bunch of white like bone fragments just rattling around in the jar. That's all it was.
It's what hurting families have been going through, they say, for the last several weeks as they call, they show up in person, they email, and no one is answering their questions on where their loved ones are or when exactly they can get the ashes to pay their respects.
Sounds like dealing with Old Capitol lately. I haven't been able to get a hold of old Sulzer. Been emailing him over and over and over and over again, and I just can't seem to get a hold of the guy. Thank God I don't need him for a cremation. It'd be terrible.
I just have to wonder, do they understand that the pain they're causing to all of these people that trusted them with something so precious?
Yes, they do. They just don't.
Learn how to put your makeup on.
They don't give a fuck. That's the long and short of it. Don't they know that they're hurting us? Yes, they're very well aware of it.
Yeah,
but
they're in Jamaica with your money.
Right. They are in something called save my own ass mode at the moment, and they could give a shit about your loved ones.
Emily Sunega lost her mother, Sarah Smith, in early November.
I'm sure she'll turn up.
More than a month later, and her mother's ashes have not been released to her by Wingate Funeral Home. She feels she's been left in the dark with no response from ownership.
You think you're left in the dark waiting to see their building. All the lights are turned off.
A traumatic time for us, and I just feel like this wound can't really close because I'm stuck in this loop of miscommunications, and it's
on December 8th.
Not miscommunication. They're purposely ignoring you. Miscommunication would be they tell you one thing, you believe this thing, and then it doesn't happen. This is just they're ghosting you.
They tell us their point of contact at the funeral home, Raymond Cook, said her mother's ashes were ready. When she tried to set up a time to pick them up, she says the representatives at the funeral home grew silent.
I'm upset.
Uh-oh.
I'm upset. It's very distressing. You know, we put our trust in this funeral home that they are going to, manage everything in a professional manner and then to just ghost us like they did, it's very upsetting.
And
more like a felony home.
Yeah, right. And not only that, but like, here's the creepy part, and they're keeping it together pretty well for this part. What the fuck are the bodies?
Yeah, are they actually cremating? Yeah.
Like, if you've cremated them, then you should be able to go, hey, look, we're closing up, we're out of business, but, you know, we've already cremated the body, so here's your urn, here's your, or at least just like, at least here's their ashes in some kind of container. Like, if they're not giving you the ashes even after they go out of business, then I think it's pretty clear they're hiding the bodies somewhere.
Yeah.
Nicole Patrick's father, Clyde Thomas Hodges, died in October. She says she's been trying to pick up his ashes for weeks.
My family and I are very distraught, actually. It has been very hard. You know, we just want closure. We want our dad back.
Yeah, well, imagine how that funeral home feels. Everybody knocking on their door at all hours, calling their phone so they have to shut it off so they can get a little shut-eye during their vacation. Here you guys are whining and bitching and complaining, and they're just trying to have themselves a little trip.
Sure.
We'll get to your dad. He's not going anywhere.
That's true.
So we just want to know where his ashes are.
The number you are trying to reach is out of service.
Their calls go unanswered. Their knocks ignored.
Well, no shit. If they're not answering, if their phone's shut off, I doubt there's anyone coming to the door. Oh, sorry, you guys weren't answering your phone. Oh, shit, it's unplugged. You know what? That's my bad. I'm sorry.
Today, no one was at the funeral home when I tried to get answers. But for weeks, these two grieving families say they've been doing the same and have reached no one. We tried calling Mr. Cook.
Thank you for calling Mr. Cook.
No answer. We tried emailing him too, and nothing. We tried calling the listed.
Wow, guys, I think at some point you're going to have to take the hint that they fucking scammed you out of your money. And that they fled town. I don't know how many.
Really holding on to hope.
Yeah, I don't know how many emails, phone calls, and door knocks you got to do. We sent them a messenger pigeon. We put a letter in a bottle. We've done everything we can, and we still can't get a hold of them.
Owner of the facility, Jace Dixon, but so far we've received no response.
It's so simple for somebody to just give it to us. Everything's paid for, everything's handled, but if they're here, what is the holdup? I just don't understand.
They didn't cremate your loved ones. They took all your money, and then they closed up shop, and they'll find a stinking mess under the ground in a couple of months. That's the spoiler alert on this one.
Grieving families with growing frustration who just want to celebrate their loved ones after their passing. In Houston, Daniela Hurtado, ABC 13.
Voice changed.
Yeah.
This is why I bet you these guys were like far cheaper than anyone else in town.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, wow, I can't believe how reasonable your prices are. And then when they skated, they were like, oh, well.
It's like Plots Are Us from UHF.
Right. Maybe next time you take the middle package and not the lowest one, you know. Oz, we're going to end this poll in a dead heat, a 50-50 tie.
That never happens.
72 votes each. Who is worse, girls pretending to be pretending to be into sports or girls pretending to be nerds? It is very clear this audience hates women equally. And I think...
Yes, they're divided.
I think that's very commendable. Guys, I think that's it's an honorable game you're playing there. Thank you very much to Fred. Fred bought a ticket to our show coming up January 21st at Partners Pub in Sartell. So,
howdy, Fred.
Great. That's awesome, bud. Can't wait to see you. Of course, the link to those tickets is pinned to the top of the chat if you'd like to pick yours up. Also, if you're a VIP, just go ahead and contact it. And Fred, you should have contacted April and just gotten 2 free tickets, buddy. Wall Mounter says, Aaron, my brother has 2 mini Italian Greyhounds. They are a money pit. One jumped off the couch, broke his leg, and it cost $8,000 for surgery. They are fragile.
Well, $8,000. I mean, you bullet.
Right? There's so many people now, like more than ever. People are like, oh, my dog got cancer. I'm going to get it puppy chemo. It's like,
and they spent $30,000 on that. It's like, you know.
Get a hold of yourself. You let that one go and you get a different one. That's what you get started on the next one now. You take all that chemo money and you buy yourself a nice show dog.
Yes.
That's what you do. Thank you guys very much. If you're liking the program today, be sure to subscribe. Be sure to hit the like button on this video. And, it helps for all the algorithms and shit. So hit the like button. Let's see if we can knock out 200 likes by the end of today's show. We did yesterday. Knocked out the 200 likes before the end of the show. We also, in about 25 minutes, we've got, we'll do the quartering for overtime. Actually, you know what? That's a pretty long video. We might have to do maybe 15, 20 minutes from now. We'll have to do that one. CVS, I don't think this is fair. CVS and Walgreens are agreeing to pay $10.7 billion for their role in the opioid crisis. Now,
why in the hell would they be any responsible for that?
Right.
They're not prescribing the things.
I was just going to say, don't they just fill the prescriptions?
Boy, the doctors get away with everything, don't they?
They really do. They get away with literally murder. I mean, they're the ones who prescribe.
Malpractice insurance must be really good.
Yeah. I mean, they're the ones who prescribe all these drugs. They send them to people, just send people on their way with pain pills and opioids. And then what? CVS and Walgreens have to pick up the tab when they go, all these opioids, they're killing people, and all these opioids are causing an epidemic in the United States. It's like, yeah, all we did was take the doctor's orders and fill the prescription. If we didn't do what we did, we'd lose our job.
What are they going to do with the money? Give it to the people who died?
No, what they'll do is they'll end up giving it to like somebody who runs a foundation.
Oh,
but that foundation happens to
rehab.
Happens to be tied in with the people who ended up getting the money for them in the first place. Yeah. And it'll all become incestuous. When do any of these things ever result in things getting better for that particular thing?
Yeah,
it never happens. It always ends up in some rich guy or rich lady's pockets. It always ends up going to the staffers and the officers of that charity. I mean, how many times have you read a news story where they're like, 3% of donations actually go to the people that they're supposed to be helping?
Yeah. Like the real big ones like Salvation Army and Goodwill and stuff. You look at those numbers, a lot of that money does not make it to where it's supposed to go.
Right, and then you've got, what's the really bad one, the veterans one that they found out was Wounded Warrior Project. They found out that one was just shitty at getting actual money into the hands of veterans for actual
and then
help.
You have the CEOs or the chief operating officers.
A fortune, yeah. I like those CEOs who are like rich guys already and they become CEOs of a charity and they take a $1 salary.
Yeah.
I like those guys. But the ones, like, you shouldn't be running a nonprofit to get rich. There's something off.
It must be pretty
about that.
lax on the laws of what they're allowed to pay their CEOs.
Yeah.
Attorneys
General from several states around the country recently announced that CVS and Walgreens have agreed to pay a whopping $10.7 billion settlement for their roles in the opioid crisis. So this was government. This was state governments suing these companies. And now CVS and Walgreens. So it's even worse. It's not going to a lawyer or a foundation. It's going to the fucking government. And so the government's going to give the kickbacks to their buddies and the people who, funded their campaigns. And then, you know what? Out of that $10.7 billion, maybe we'll get like $250 million to, helping junkies. CVS and Walgreens have agreed to pay a combined $10.7 billion to settle lawsuits brought against them. The lawsuits accuse the national pharmacy chains of not adequately facilitating opioid prescriptions. Not adequately facilitate. What can you do? They give you the prescription, you fill the prescription, that's it.
Then the person doesn't put the prescription in a Goodwill hidden spot and some junkie gets a hold of it and that's their fault?
NBC News reported that CVS will pay $4.9 billion to states and political subdivisions, and that'll get doled out to all the cronies.
There we go.
And approximately $130 million to tribes. Casino managers will get that. The rest will be left. I mean, how much money do those reservations make with casinos and everything else? And yet everybody at the top lives great and everyone else on that reservation lives in squalor.
Yep.
Walgreens will pay $4.95 billion plus more than $750 million in fees for attorneys and costs. CVS will make payments spread out over 10 years. Walgreens will pay theirs over 15. The settlement money will be distributed to states, local governments, and federally recognized tribes for opioid treatment, recovery, and abatement. Who actually thinks that any of this shit is going to get to where it's going to go? Anytime the government gets like tobacco settlement money, like in Minnesota, they got tobacco settlement money, and we used it to balance our budget. We took it out of we're going to help people get off of cigarettes and, raise awareness for not smoking anymore. We're going to take that money and we're going to balance our budget shortfall we had. So this is, it's pretty bad. I don't trust these people at all to give out this money in the proper fashion. I really don't. By the way, speaking of state governments, Minnesota's got a $17 billion surplus, and I am just sitting here like with one eye closed, going like, I wonder how they're going to fuck us out of rebate checks.
Yep.
I wonder how they're going to fuck us out.
Yeah, we're supposed to get Walls checks. That's not going to happen.
I mean, if we don't get that, the least they could do is just straight up cut the income tax.
Yes.
But they're not good. They'll hand out checks before they do that. I don't know how you could have enough money to give every Minnesotan $6,000 and you're not even going to end up giving any of them like one or two. We'll see, but I know the schools already have their hands out, so they'll get taken care of. I'm not very confident in how they're going to handle that whole deal. A Prairie Grove, Arkansas school safety video featuring a fake school shooting suggests that children of faculty members had been killed, has many in the school district furious. Look, I understand it's
You're hitting a little close to home.
Yeah, I understand it's a dark time and shitty things happen now that didn't used to, and you have to make sure kids are prepared. But could we not do a safety video that features an actual school shooting? I'm just thinking it doesn't create. It's not complementary to a productive learning environment.
Yes.
The offending video was shown to Prairie Grove teachers, receiving a poor response. School district educators told our current partner, 4029 News. According to staff members, the middle school principal, Shane Taylor, presented the video on Wednesday. He showed us a video that played somber music, a sixth grade teacher said, and it was in memoriam style that said on December 14th, 2022, a gunman entered Prairie Grove Middle School. This many people were injured. This many people were killed. Among the victims were the following. And then they put up like actual...
See, you can't do that.
Oh. Again, I understand that you have to get kids ready for this stuff. But I mean, bumming them the fuck out is not also a prerequisite for that.
Yeah, show them how to lock down the room.
Pictures.
Take your tables, put them up, whatever. Go in the corner. But let's not show people.
Duck and cover. Yeah. And pictures of teachers' personal children, our blood children, were on the video with their names as if they had died in a school shooting. Yeah, none of the teachers want to see that shit.
Jesus.
They talked about several safety protocols that we aren't even provided in our building, which we've reported, yet they went and stole pictures off our Facebook accounts to make it seem like our kids died in a shooting. I feel unsupported and disrespected. So they didn't even ask them if they could use it in the video.
And they're minors. That could be a little bit of a lawsuit.
Calvin Atwood says, traumatized, take one, scene one. Yeah. Action. Exactly. Raz of Chaz says, ask Alex Jones about this video. The video in this, the school shooting where they said that the teachers' children died. They were literally crisis actors. 100%. There was actually no real school shooting at Prairie Grove Middle School. This is 100% a black op. It's a CIA operation. Those kids are crisis actors. The teachers are crisis actors. And this has to stop right now. I'm not putting up with any of this stuff anymore. See, if he would have called these kids crisis actors instead of Sandy Hook,
sued, yeah.
He wouldn't have ended up with so little money. Speaking of so little money, we'll get back to this in a second, but I did read today that Johnny Depp and what's her name, Amber Heard, settled on how much she's going to pay him.
Oh.
Because she wasn't going to be able to afford like the $10 million judgment against her. They settled for $1 million. So she's going to pay him $1 million.
Oh, she's getting off easy.
And out the door. Well, I think Johnny Depp just wanted his reputation back and he wanted to be able to do movies again. And he got that.
Smear her.
Yeah. Wydat says, you boys are starting to sound like slack-jawed gays. Got to train for the damn thing. No, I understand you got to train the kids for the damn thing, but I think the teachers being trained for it and being shown pictures of their children as some of the deceased, I don't know if that's the best way to go about it.
Yeah, you could find actors for that
Yeah.
are of age.
Right. You could just make up people. There's that. Demina Morgul says, look, we can steer clear of the crisis actor-sized iceberg here. Alex Jones, yeah. Bumbaclo says, Oz looking like John Leguizamo today. Congratulations on looking like John Leguizamo. The school board called a special meeting Friday evening, which more than 50 parents and teachers attended. The board went into executive session immediately, going into a non-public area to discuss what was described as a personnel issue. They returned 11 minutes later, announcing that Taylor will be granted a leave of absence until his retirement on June 30th of next year. So basically, the school board member who thought up this whole thing, they're fired him. You know, and because it's a school board thing, it's hard to fire them. There's a whole process you have to go through.
Leave of absence.
So they're like, hey, why don't you just take off until your term's
We'll
up?
keep you
then,
paid and
and get the fuck out of here. The board also announced that Superintendent Reba Holmes will also take a leave of absence until retirement on June 30th, receiving her back pay or pay from her vacation and sick days. So she's there. They're all going to get paid. They're all going to get money. They're all going to get their pensions and everything else. And that's not really a punishment at all. So you get a giant vacation, totally paid for, and you get to retire with all your benefits. Jeez. Well, shit.
Sounds nice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why people would think that school employees aren't held accountable for their actions.
Yeah,
I mean,
isn't that weird?
Yeah. What crazy place did that shit come from? All right. You guys want to do, I know a lot of people have been looking forward to this today. The Quartering, Jeremy from The Quartering, who, look, full disclosure, I don't dislike or hate Jeremy from The Quartering. I guess I kind of steer clear of a guy like this. A guy who I think for 5 years or so now has been kind of doing the anti-woke grift thing. I guess he was in a Magic the Gathering group a while back, and then he left it, and then, came up with all these allegations about how nasty and terrible all the people he was just playing Magic the Gathering with were.
Okay.
And there's a lot of debate. People are like, well, was he kicked out of it? And then he made all kinds of allegations about children and this and that because he got thrown out and he was bitter? Or was this a case of maybe, he was thrown out for some reason and then he decided, well, I know how to get even. I'm not really sure exactly how that whole thing shook out. Or, hey, you were playing Magic the Gathering with these guys for years and years, and now, just now was the time you decided to take some kind of moral stand? Doesn't really make sense. Mark Stevens says, I hate The Quartering. Not a brave stance. He is a shit dick. I think he's a guy who found a grift, and it's the anti-SJW grift, and he's milking it for all it's worth, and it seems to be working for him. He seems to have built an audience for himself. Good for him. In no way in this next segment am I saying that Jeremy doesn't have a big audience or Jeremy doesn't have a show that's popular. My criticism of him is that I feel like I'm not getting the real guy.
Okay.
I feel like I'm getting a guy who's playing it up for a certain audience. So, like an audience of people who don't want to be tested, who don't want to be pushed, who just, he's going to feed them the red meat and they're going to come run into him. He was really big on this Elon Musk Twitter poll thing about him stepping down or not stepping down. And I think the inner magic nerd came out of him because he put on a 12.5-minute masterclass of cringe, basically telling people, this is the most important poll of all time. You need to vote in this. You need to tell your friends about this. Elon Musk is our last hope for free speech. You know what I don't get about all these free speech guys? You're all on YouTube.
Yeah.
They're not taking away your free speech. You're saying all your spicy stuff. And even if they don't, you've got Rumble. You've got all these other things. Like, nobody's kicking Jeremy off The Quartering. Nobody's, banning him from YouTube. Nothing like that. I feel like Ethan Klein has gotten more strikes and bans than Jeremy from the Quartering in the last year. So I don't know. It does feel a little grifty to me when these guys scream about free speech, when meanwhile, nobody's taking away their free speech. Nobody's taking away mine, I can tell you that. We do a fun comedy show here where we do some spicy stuff from time to time.
Yeah.
Nobody's trying to stop us. Nobody's trying to take us down. There's nothing lamer than someone who doesn't have a career claiming that they're canceled. It's super cringe.
Well, it's like they believe that Twitter's the only platform. Since Musk took it over, like, oh, now it's all going to be other. It's like, well, there's other places you can go.
Well, and so he started simping for Elon really hard on Twitter to the point where the next day he went back and deleted a lot of the tweets because it was pretty bad. This is Jeremy from the Quartering, the title, and I hate it. I can't believe he and Ethan Klein dislike each other so much. They're basically two sides of the same coin. The title of the video is "My Most Important Video in History. You Must Watch This." Your mom will get AIDS if you don't click on this video. All right, let's check out Jeremy from the Quartering and see what's so goddamn important.
I literally got out of bed to make this video. My most important video that I've literally ever made on this channel.
Get ready to be disappointed, everybody, because I bet it's not the most important video he's ever made on his channel.
I'm tired. I've been working 14 hours a day, whether it's YouTube, whether it's helping Steven Crowder, which I think we're finally in a good spot there.
Oh, he's helping Steven Crowder get his new website up and running, and he's found a way into Steven Crowder's kind of, which, look, I know people shit on him for that too. Steven Crowder's a massive name, and they're both kind of in the same department. So if you can tie into Steven Crowder, if you can hitch your horses to that wagon, why wouldn't you? I get that part.
I'm on fumes. Like pure gas.
So you're farting a lot.
But this decision, this minute, this moment is so important.
Oh, God.
That I'm willing to F up my entire week. I'm uploading a video at 11 o'clock at night.
Wow, man, you are a soldier. What a fucking trooper. Can you guys believe this? He is very sleepy, this Jeremy from the Quartering. But he wants you to know what he's about to tell you that he still hasn't gotten to in the first minute of this video. What he's got to tell you is so important that he is willing to not sleep as much tonight.
Oh.
To bring you this message. It's the over-the-top, dramatic douchebaggery that I can't take with the grifter squads.
It's freaking Sunday night, which means my first notification tomorrow isn't going to even come out till I don't know when. I'm blowing my entire notification window for this video.
Just a trooper.
Lucky window.
Because it's important. It's the most important video I've ever done.
If it's about Elon Musk and that fucking poll, I want you to delete this video today. The melodrama.
Yes,
the melodrama.
I know that Elon Musk has planned and certainly, almost certainly, has had a succession plan in mind forever. I don't believe that Elon Musk thinks that his decisions should be driven by a poll. I believe he thinks his polls on Twitter should reinforce his decisions. But tonight, Elon Musk has put out a poll. Should I
He's reporting this like it's the fucking Kennedy assassination. Jesus Christ. It's a little fake poll on Twitter. Who gives a shit? You know he's not going to make the decision that they tell him to if it's not the one he wants anyway.
Down his head of Twitter. It is currently 56.3% to 43.7%. It's actually gotten a little bit closer than it was an hour ago.
So boring,
if you watch my videos, if you value free speech, I want you right now, while you're listening to me on your phone or on your computer, to open a new window. Okay? Or if you are, I'm going to keep it short. I don't care about hitting the 8 minutes double ad rate. Listen. Create a Twitter account immediately. Follow Elon Musk. You don't have to follow.
Is he asking people to go and spam the stupid Twitter poll? And this is the most important video you've ever made? Hey, guys, most important thing I've ever done. What do we need to do? I need you to go create sock accounts on Twitter like you're Stuttering John or Chad Zumach and vote on this poll.
All he needs is a crying guy with him.
We need the Warhammer crying guy. I just love free speech so much that I just can't take it.
Oh, him even. Because he's asking, should I step down as head of Twitter? I will abide by the results of this poll. And he's given us 6 hours right now. 5 hours by the time you see it. There is 11.5 million votes in.
Who gives a shit?
I'm calling my fellow content creators. Sydney Watson, Count Dankula, Bering.
Ew.
Sargon of Akkad, Carl
Getting
Benjamin.
everybody together, bro.
We're getting the whole band together, and we're going to win this poll. I'm going to call all of my YouTuber friends, and we're all going to call all of our YouTuber friends, and they're going to call 2 of our friends, and you'll see I'll be bigger than you ever were.
The Lone Rangers.
Jesus. These guys have always been next level cringe. He's talking about Sargon of Akkad. He's always been next level cringe too. God, these people, this is why you got to get off the internet every once in a while. I tell people this. Don't be on YouTube all the time. Don't be on Twitter all the time. It's fine to go in there for chunks. It's fine to take like 20 minutes out of a day and tweet some shit and have some fun and do whatever. You got to get the fuck out of there or you end up like this bearded weirdo. And you end up going, you guys got to tell all your friends. This is the most important thing I've ever done, and you got to vote on the Elon Musk Twitter poll. What are we, 13 goddamn years old? If we don't vote for the Ice Age Queen, then Cindy Kopinski will get it, and that's going to be a disaster because she looks terrible in her dress.
If they let this window pass without throwing their hat in the ring, without getting out of bed.
What are they, Nazis?
To fight for freedom of speech.
I
will forever.
You're not fighting for freedom of speech. You're voting in Elon Musk's poll. And by the way, if you think Elon Musk is so Mr. Freedom of Speech, he's been a little happy with the ban hammer too, my friend. That's the problem with things like freedom of speech and everything else. It's open to, the person's interpretation. This is why you got to stop having heroes, Jeremy. This is why you have to stop believing in other grown men. Do your own thing and stop acting like you're a guy who's moving the needle culturally. Just fuck. I think the Revenge of the Cis guys call it clown pill. Be clown pilled. I think Mersha said this before. Die laughing.
For freedom of speech, I will forever remember it.
Oh, look, go back to that. Hold on. Did you hear that? Oh.
Without getting out of bed to fight for freedom of speech, I will forever remember it.
Boy, you better not pout. You better not cry. You better vote on this poll. I'm telling you why. Quartering pounders come into town. He knows when you are fighting. He knows when you're asleep. He knows if you fight for free speech, and if you don't, you'll be in deep. Jeremy the Grifter was a jolly, happy soul with a giant beard and a stupid hat and Elon's dick in his hole. Sorry. It got away from me a little bit. Sorry. Tiger got out of the cage. Sorry.
I'm 40 years old.
Oh, that's the worst part. Can we just isolate that part? I'm 40 years old and I'm begging Sargon of Akkad to get out of bed so he can go vote on a free speech poll. He's acting like they're storming the beaches of Normandy. Yeah. Ugh. Storming the beaches of Normandum.
For freedom of speech, I will forever remember it.
Whoa.
I'm 40 years old.
Now look in the mirror and say that 15 times in a row until it sinks in.
I'm tired. All of my viewers know that I have worked more than any man should work in a week this week between my own channel.
No, you haven't.
And helping Crowder.
Anybody who's welding this week has worked more than you do. Look, asshole, we talk into microphones. You sat at a computer the entire time. How many calories did you burn?
Yeah.
And I can talk shit to you about this because you and I are doing the same thing. But I'm not sitting here going, I worked so hard and I'm so exhausted. No matter how tired I might be, no matter how sleepy peepee my talking has gotten me, I could sit down and crank out 10 minutes if I had to.
Yes.
Jesus, this melodramatic man-child.
But if you don't get out of bed as a fellow content creator, if you don't wake up, fight for this, I don't ever want to hear your freaking opinion ever again.
Whoa.
Deal.
Yes.
No problem. You know what I was doing while he made this video? Sleeping like a fucking baby. You don't get out there and vote on this Twitter poll, then you're not my friend anymore. Oh, go
Guy
play.
could put insomniacs to sleep.
This guy put speed freaks to sleep with this stuff.
How about freedom of speech? I'm not saying I want Elon Musk to run Twitter forever. I am not even saying that I didn't think Elon was going to run it forever.
I'm just saying I like it the way his dick tastes.
I know that he's going to replace himself. But there's 5 hours left in this poll. What I want you to do.
I know it doesn't matter anyway, because I know this guy's going to step down no matter what. Well, you need to vote on this poll for free speech, or I don't want to hear your voice. You're not invited to my treehouse. You can't come to my Christmas party. You can't play Magic with me.
Do is go to Elon Musk's Twitter account, follow, and vote no.
Yeah.
On should I step down. And secondarily, you follow me on Twitter. Then I need you.
Did he just do a cheap Twitter plug while he was fighting for free speech? Go in there, vote no, fight for free speech, and throw me a little follow, for the effort.
Set an account up.
Wow. Yeah, isn't it funny that these are supposed to be the guys who are like, they're against voter fraud and they don't want to rig these elections. And all of a sudden now, when it comes to a stupid-ass Twitter poll that ultimately means nothing because Elon's going to do whatever he wants anyway, now all of a sudden they turn into Leo DiCaprio in Gangs of New York. Like, how many times you vote today? 5 times? You call yourself a patriot? Get back in there.
To remember this moment in history.
Oh.
I need you to remember this moment when all of my fellow free speech content creators were in bed, okay? Why they weren't paying attention to the most important decision in free speech online in history.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Is he like, does he see people who think he's cringe and he's like, here's a good strategy. He sees people online calling him cringe and all this and he goes, I know what I'll do. I'll redline their fucking needle. I'll break them. And maybe that's what he's doing. That's not a bad strategy. I'll be so unbearably gay that I will shatter the meter and they won't be able to keep track anymore. That's fucking brilliant. It's a goddamn Twitter poll. And by the way, after he said, we need to fight and we need to do, and you're not coming to my house anymore if you took a nappy nap, this poll went from 56.3 to 57.3. Yes, so actually more people voted against what Jeremy wanted after he came out and whined about it.
If they didn't get out of bed, if they didn't wake up to do a Twitter video, if they didn't do an Instagram video, if they didn't do a TikTok, I don't ever want to hear from them again.
Say it again. I'm 40 years old. I want you to repeat that line until it finally sinks in. I'm 40 years old. I'm exhausted from working all week, but I need you to make a TikTok or an Instagram because this fake ass Twitter poll is it's the battle of the bulge. You're 40.
About caring about freedom of speech, about caring about the silencing of conservatives, about caring libs of TikTok. Where are you? Jack Posobiec, where are you?
They're in bed. They don't give a shit. They're adults. They've got shit to do. Libs of TikTok is probably watching some drag queen story hour so they can report on it tomorrow. Meanwhile, you're like, I need you guys to take your index finger and click on no, and that's how we're going to save conservatism. Oh, this is so nerdy. This is, honestly, this is worse than the Warhammer guy.
Yeah, fair.
I don't ever want to hear one single word from any of you. This poll is live for 12 hours. We're in the final 5 hours.
Yeah, you said that.
I'm 40. I'm tired. I'm sweaty. I'm fat. I'm overweight.
Yes.
Okay, so far.
Okay, video over. that should be how every one of his videos ends.
Yeah.
Just, we cut it off right after that.
I'm not long for this planet.
Fingers crossed, am I right?
But freedom of speech, at least some semblance of it, some semblance of a fair and balanced playing field. I want Democrats to have their voices
Are you going to
heard.
cry, bitch?
I want liberals to
Here we
have their
go.
voices heard. I want far leftists to have their voices heard.
They are.
But if you are not waking up and creating a Twitter account right now to vote no to tell Elon Musk to not step down on Twitter, you don't care as much as I do.
Yeah, because the only person who can give us free speech on the internet is Elon Musk. If he steps down
one
as
and
head
only.
of Twitter, he's not going to install someone who believes the same shit he does. That's not how corporations work. They don't put yes men in charge. This guy has grifted himself into a shoot. You know, we always say worked himself into a shoot. I'm worried that this guy actually believes this shit.
Yeah.
I hope it's a grift. For his sake and everyone else's. But I'm worried that he actually believes the little Twitter poll, the little fun little Twitter clicky actually matters. Like he thinks he's fighting the American Revolution. And I get it. If I were 40 and my whole thing was making 10-minute videos where I say the same thing over and over 60 times because I don't really I mean, if you ever watch this guy, he doesn't really have a lot to say. He kind of just follows the boilerplate kind of topics and talking points.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think this was important too. But Jeremy, for your own good, buddy, go outside. Go to a grocery store. Go to a park. Go somewhere where other people are so you can find out that this is fucking stupid. There is something I detest about people who need to find a way to make themselves relevant in like big real world shit. I got bad news. Really wealthy billionaires, and they're not Democrats or Republicans, run this world, run this country, and we get a little bit of freedom within the margins. That's about it. And your Twitter poll ain't moving that needle. So let Sargon of Akkad sleep, for Christ's sake.
And I'm speaking mostly to content creators because I think my viewers probably already voted no. If you didn't, please do. It takes like 30 seconds to create a Twitter account. Then you go right to Elon Musk's account, vote no, move on with your night. I have a channel. I have a Twitter. It's at the quartering, but
that doesn't matter. Oh, I mean, you should follow it, absolutely. But really what you should be doing is voting no.
Don't follow me. I mean, do if you want to, but
he couldn't
we
resist.
are down 6.3% or close to 13% total. This is not an insurmountable victory because the left is not making videos at 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday night.
Because they have fucking left. Quit making me feel like sympathy for the left. Quit making me go, oh, good, they're the normal ones.
Yeah.
You know, the left isn't making videos right now while I am. Nobody's making videos while you are. You've lost the plot, man. You're going insane. That's what this means. Usually, if you see everyone going this way and you're going that way, that means the lava's coming towards you.
Yeah.
They aren't. The reason Elon Musk is, as a CEO, is losing this is because of Tesla investors who only care, not all Tesla investors, but we all know because we watch Twitter, there are hundreds of thousands of loser Tesla investors who only care about their money and who want Elon Musk to step down from running Twitter.
Yeah, imagine that. People have an actual vested interest in this guy. Stop fucking around with the social media fake shit and start building the actual real cars that he innovated with so they can make some money on their investments. Jeremy, you're shitting on people who are looking out for their real world money consequences so that you can run so that you can win a fake Twitter poll. Jeremy, you're not the strong man in this whole thing. You're the dork. You're the Warhammer guy. And also, yes, I'm convinced now. He's grifted himself into a shoot where he thinks this shit matters.
Yeah, he does.
Again, he's got to go to a grocery store. He's got to go to a mall. He's just got to go off the internet for like 3 days. Because if you can't find that balance, you got to walk away for a while.
because all they care about is an extra $4 per
But he's
share.
got to save the
Tesla.
world.
And they are garbage humans, and I hope they lose all their money.
Wow.
Wow, what a piece of shit. Jeremy, you do know that their reasoning for voting in this, if they're even wasting their fucking time, is way more noble than yours. I want Daddy Elon to still be in charge of Twitter because I think it can own the libs and it's better for my videos. Versus a guy who's like, yeah, my retirement, my kid's college fund is kind of taking a shit because Elon's kind of taking the eye off Tesla and SpaceX and all that. I kind of wish he'd go back to that and get away from Twitter.
Yeah, that's where all the money sits.
That guy is smarter.
There are Tesla investors who understand the long term, who understand that Tesla is going to continue to be the premium, the leader in EVs.
He's so lost.
I know that. Okay, I am a Tesla investor.
Like, he doesn't have anything to say.
I am not jocking Elon Musk. Elon, please.
He just said he's a
CEO.
Tesla
I
investor.
need another $12 per share on my investment. No.
You have to stay on Twitter because that's where the social fight for the heart of the country is. You fucking dweeb. Jesus. I mean.
You can act like a man.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you?
If you had any kind of, this is how you know that he's grifted himself into it, is that if you had any kind of dignity and this was just a grift, you'd have deleted this video immediately.
Fair.
Yeah. And just said, hey, it was a sleepy delusion. My bad.
These people are garbage. They're one-stock Sallies. But that's who swung this vote, just so you guys know.
No, it's people on the other side who are just as pathetic and lonely as you that we need to fight against that Nazi Elon. And then Jeremy on the other side going, at 11 o'clock, we need to fight for Daddy Elon to bring us free speech. What I love about guys like this is they don't understand. They are the left. They are the right. All of these people are two sides of the same coin. Yeah. But you guys all do the same thing just for different reasons.
Capitalists, Republicans, conservatives,
stop.
who have the smallest of wangs, the tiniest, the shriveliest of ball sacks.
Little too much talk about other men's cocks, Jeremy. I'm just saying, you might want to look. Little too many one descriptive word about another guy's dick. All right, fine. 3 or 4, it's almost as gay as the Twitter poll you're pushing.
That is who is voting yes. Okay? A bunch of freaking losers that are worried about making a few hundred or a few $1,000 off Tesla stock. That is who is swinging this account because they're using bots.
No, they don't. They don't give a shit. These are dorks like you on the other side. That's what this is, buddy.
They are so obsessed with getting $10 more a share. Losers. All right?
He's throwing a tantrum now. Like, this is a baby boy tantrum.
Happens when companies are publicly traded. Losers.
You are reading way too much into this.
Make your own money, put it in the bank. And if you're a Tesla stockholder and you're listening to this video and you're not a loser, you understand that Tesla stock is going to pay you tenfold if you just hold.
And you can take that to the bank because Jeremy from the Quartering with all his video game toys behind him says so. I mean, if you don't look at this guy, by the way, when your fucking ad is twice as big as your broadcast window, you're a shill. It's just fucking gross.
Okay. But I see Twitter. I see all these loser soy boy cuckolds.
Ew, did you just say soy boy unironically?
Yes.
Stop it. I can't handle these people anymore. I see all these soy boys. Point me. Thank you very much.
Own a single stock. They're like, oh, I own 2 stocks. I'm basically a stock trader. I own Tesla and I own AMC or GameStop. Get out of here. One stock Sallies. Bet you these people mostly have inverted nipples too. All right?
This guy's funny.
Wow.
This guy's got some good shit. Inverted nipples. Boy, a lot of talk about dicks and balls and nipples there, Jer.
Yeah.
Anything you want to tell us? While you're obsessing and calling people soy boy cucks and yelling about a Twitter poll that means nothing? Maybe you should have gone to bed. This might be a delirium that he's entered into.
Understand. Go to Twitter.com. If you don't have an account, create one.
A lot of plugging going on.
Elon Musk cannot step down as CEO yet. I understand he will step down long term. But if you value freedom of speech,
go cry to daddy so he feels bad and he won't leave us for his business trip. God damn it, Jeremy.
If you value a CEO who will listen, the guy literally responded to one of my tweets today.
Ooh. Well, in that case, boy, you're a cheap date, ain't you, Jeremy? Elon Musk retweeted me. You should all go and suck his dick too.
And changes.
This guy wants to matter so bad.
Yeah.
This is where self-awareness and knowing who you are and what your limitations are is really important. This is a guy who wants to be in the game. That's why he's helping Crowder. He's helping Crowder because he thinks that's the shortcut to him getting into the game.
Sure.
He's like, oh, the world just needs to hear what I have to say, and then I'll be one of the made guys. Dude.
Whole opinion on Linktree. Did you ever see Jack doing that? You want me to prove it?
Oh, no, don't, Jeremy, don't. Don't put Elon Musk responding to you on Twitter on your video feed. Don't. I can't handle it. This is already... look, I've been able to deflect the cringiness of this with jokes and yelling at you this entire time.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to absorb this hit.
Aye.
My blaster shields are down.
If you made it this far in the video, you're probably one of my hardcores anyway.
No, I really despise this. I really am. I'm giving myself indigestion just to watch you.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go start my car.
Like this dude literally replied to me and changed his whole business model. You get that, right?
Did he just say he responded to me and changed his whole business? Oh my God, guys, the quartering is the power behind the throne. He's the soggy bottom boys behind Governor Pappy O'Daniel. This guy's fucking delusional. He is sleepy.
Yes, I know he replies to that loser Ian Miles Chong.
Oh, who gives a shit? Now we're having little bitch fights on whose Twitter is better. Who gives a shit? He responds to Ian Miles Chong. He responds to you. He responds to who gives a fuck? He responds to the Pope.
But he does listen to people. Okay? He listens to people.
Imagine thinking a billionaire gives a fuck about you.
And like, do you want a CEO that doesn't do that? Because that's what is probably going to happen.
You're 40. Say it again. Remind yourself on a daily basis. You're 40 years old.
Right? That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
I still don't see where he responded to Jeremy. He's been showing this whole thing. I don't see it. And also, one thing I've also noticed about Jeremy over the few months that I've been aware of him, this guy has nothing to say. Like he should do more prep. He has nothing to say. So many of these guys who make videos, and this is only 12 minutes long, you should be able to crank out 12 minutes, boom, like that. Anytime you hear a guy say something like, he is involved, he does care, and they repeat it 2 or 3 times, that's because in their head, they're trying to get to the next thing they want to say, but they don't have it ready yet.
If you don't vote no on his profile, oh, did he delete it?
How great is that? He responded to one of my tweets. And then he goes searching for it. He goes, oh, did he delete it? It's great. Elon was like, oh, shit. I responded to Jeremy from the quartering. That guy's a douche.
I think he deleted it. Maybe if I look at my profile.
Oh,
I
yeah.
want to show. Look, I'm so tired.
I agree.
Okay.
He said that how many times?
Say you're 40 again, though.
Yeah, and overweight.
But it's true. He really did. Right I said, hey, Elon, I get accounts whose sole purpose is to promote other accounts being forbidden, but telling people they cannot link to their own Instagram is way too far. The same is true for Linktree. I use mine to link to my website, my coffee business, etc., not to compete with Twitter. And Elon says, okay, that seems reasonable. Policy will be adjusted based on that.
Wow. You need to
Changing
keep
the
Elon
world.
in there. He told me, he responded to my tweet one time. So everybody get out of bed and go vote against the poll that doesn't matter. Oh, God, you're 40. If you were 0-4 instead of 4-0, I get it. I completely get it.
Sure.
Do you think any other CEO on the planet listens to some freaking normie on his website? No.
You're a child.
I need you to go to Elon Musk's Twitter right now. Go to his poll and vote no.
How can they go to his poll when it's up your ass?
Oh.
If you care about freedom of speech. And by the way, my fellow content creators,
yeah,
I'm calling you out too. You have 4 hours. I'll blow this whole week. I don't care.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did Elon Musk change his name to this whole week?
Lucky week.
Lucky week.
Long, I won't get any notifications at a reasonable hour. Don't care. Don't care. Because Twitter.
Don't say it's important.
Is the culture war. Twitter
Oh my God, the culture war grift. Oh, if we can keep Twitter, then we're not going to have any more drag queen story hours. We won't have any more lefties if we can win this Twitter poll. Oh, shut up. I'm worried he believes this shit.
We must keep Elon
he does.
in charge. Vote now. If you have multiple accounts, I'm not telling you what to do, but vote no.
Yeah, I mean, remember, voter fraud is terrible and stealing elections is awful, but hey, if you can create 14 accounts and go vote on this poll, it's my daddy boyfriend Elon, and it's really big for free speech.
On Elon Musk's, should I step down from Twitter? Absolutely right now. And talk to other content creators.
Please put up a poll on Twitter that asks if you should step down from the quartering. And abide by the results of the poll. You know, like your buddy Elon does. And I don't dislike Elon Musk, by the way. I just don't think he's this be-all, end-all free speech guy. I think he bought Twitter. He's going to put someone else in charge.
Yep.
And it'll keep going the same.
Well, he's going to make money with it.
I would love it if Elon didn't tell any of us, but he did step down and there was a new CEO. But dipshits like the quartering, like Jeremy, just
Still
thought
believe
he
it.
was still in charge. And then watch how nothing changes.
Any other content creator who's been talking about, I care about freedom of speech, I care about this. Okay. I got out of bed to make this video. I put this.
Wow. I came to where all my Minecraft toys are to do this video.
This shirt back on. I put this hoodie back, this hat back on. I put these headphones back on. I walked back upstairs.
Wow, that's a lot
to
of work.
make this video.
You must have burned
So
6
I better
calories.
never hear from anyone who claims to be a free speech absolutist, someone who cares about free speech on Twitter, if they didn't do the same.
That's how I lost all
Vote
that
no.
weight, by the way. Was coming over, putting on these headphones.
Oh, just putting on all the headphones
You know, 'cause
and
you
all
gotta
that
do
stuff?
this.
Yeah. That's probably great dexterity in the
That was
fingers.
at least 400 calories.
Yeah, for sure.
On should I step down and head of Elon's Twitter, and tell your friends, tell your family, tell your fellow content creators. This matters.
God damn.
Very dramatic.
Well, there you go. We got through it. Jeremy from the quartering wants you to know that this is the most importantest thingest everest. And that Daddy Elon will fight for free speech and fight for all of us. He's our friend. He won't lead us astray.
Friend.
God, this fucking guy. The chat was going bananas. Jeremy is about to turn me into a lefty fucktard, says Kenneth. No, I was at that point too, where I'm just like, I would love to just be like, to listen to enough Jeremy where I went, you know what? I think I'm going to go be a professor at a university now. I think it could happen. Getting out of bed is a big deal for Jeremy. He keeps mentioning it. Yeah. Gary says, I don't hate Jeremy, but this is Getty so sad. I wasn't a big hate Jeremy guy either, but that's so embarrassing. And the reason I clipped that out, and it'll go up as a clip later, is because I do feel like people need to see that shit. Like we talk about all these channels where I'm like, how do they have the audience they do? It's like, you know what? I'm going to put it out there on my channel and go, here you go, guys. Whatever my little 7,200 subscriber little antenna can get me.
Our slice.
Yeah. 246 Toothpick says that culture war dollar. I know, isn't it gross? They've convinced people that they're fighting this culture war and this and that. And like, oh, there's these lefties that are going to eat your kids, and there's righties that are going to, I don't know, force them to, not be gay anymore and this and that. And it's all designed so people like Jeremy don't have to work for a living. It's all designed so people like Jeremy can do this commentator shit, not have to come up with an actual show to do, not actually have to be funny or anything else. They can just sit there and throw red meat to people. I mean, if you go into the comment sections of that video, I'm sure it's filled with people like, you're so brave, Jeremy. You're fighting the good fight.
Yeah.
Would all of you guys go talk to your neighbors, go to the grocery store, go to other places and realize we're not fighting each other in a big fucking war? All right? Nobody's trying to cut your kid's dick off. And if you find out that your school or your school board is, putting some books out there or, trying to get kids to do this, that, and the other thing, then you go to those school board meetings, you raise holy hell, and you let them know that you know, and you'll get that shit changed. But Jeremy from the quartering is so not that guy, to quote Dr. Cox. It's Eric Nagel says, I missed it, and I need to see that. I think I'm going to put that one up as a clip later today because that one's time sensitive. Oof. The other stuff we've done I don't think is very time sensitive. And we're getting so much, so many clip-worthy things now that I've got to start putting up 2 a day for a little while here. So we'll probably do Jeremy and Kalila, the Kalila clip from last night. And then I know we got the Gene Simmons thing on COVID, the Dylan Mulvaney thing, Liver King. We got one little Chad thing, OJ, the Warhammer guy. We got to put him out there. See, we're way too busy for the week in terms of clips to put out one a day. E-Rock also says people need to stop thinking they have to be involved in things they can't do anything about. Also, that their opinion matters. See, in my opinion, I think what our opinions are for on these shows is for entertainment, and they go poof, and they go into the air, and they disappear.
Right.
That's what I think of my opinion on stuff like this. If my opinion isn't entertaining, I don't feel the need to give it on the air. Because what am I, fighting the fight, and I'm going to get in there and change the world and free speech and all that? Oh, my God. Calvin says it's only a matter of time when Jeremy starts tearing up with violin music in the background. You know what? You're probably right. Union Jack says OJ interview bit was my favorite today. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. I'm glad you liked that. Real quick before we wrap things up here, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com, and Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. Go check out Old Capitol, 50 beers on tap, 240 different bottles of whiskey, and great chefs with a delicious menu. Midland Armory, you want to order firearms, you want to order your parts and gear, tactical gear, shit like that, midlandarmory.com, promo code SteelToe. Get you a nice little discount from our friends at Midland Armory. W-Man says, ever think of hiring a video editor? Yes, we're not quite there yet. The channel is continuing to grow. We are getting a decent amount of breathing room, I will say that. But we're still kind of rebuilding the old war chest from when we had to rebrand everything after we left Twitch and came here. We spared no expense because we knew that when we came to YouTube, we had to make this thing go. So we're just I'll tell you this, W man. Here's an encouraging thing. We're getting there. We're getting there. Kenneth says you need national sponsors. You're stuck in local radio mode. Yeah, a lot of our advertisers from radio came with us, and I still love those guys, and I'll still promote them. But you're right. We've been talking about that. We do need to grab some other stuff on this show because it's the advertisers that pay for our second mics and whatnot. So as those go down, we got to maybe try and get some of those back. Push-Up says, I kind of agree with Jeremy about Twitter being important. It just needs a better spokesman than Jeremy. I don't think it's that important. I think once Elon bought it, that was it. Problem solved. They're going to put somebody in charge who carries out his vision anyway. It's not like they're going to put in some guy who's going to go rogue on him. That doesn't happen in the corporate world. That's going to do it for today, guys. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll get all the math done here so that we can figure out just where the fuck we are goal-wise, because I know we're into next week. I just don't know how far. And then you got people threatening to throw in just like obscene amounts of support for April's birthday tonight. You certainly don't have to do that. Thank you to anyone who does. But I'm going to have to do some serious math on the fly. So because you know me, I always feel guilty about the listener contributions, and I want to make sure that we don't take one dime more than is gold for without carrying it over to the next one. Thank you guys very much for checking out the show today. Oz?
Thank you.
APlasers.com.
Yes.
With an S. APlasers.com for all your laser engraving needs. Check it out. And again, Oz, thanks again.
Thank you.
April and I have her birthday show tonight at 7 p.m. Central. Be sure to tune in for that. Also, catch our next video. I'll probably put the Jeremy one up around noon, 1 o'clock, and then another one at about probably after the evening show tonight. Take it easy. We'll talk to you this evening. Bye, everybody. Bye.